I have chosen someone for you. Their name is already written into the path I have laid beneath your feet. You have not seen it yet, but your spirit has begun to sense it. There is a reason your heart has been restless in ways you could not explain. There is a reason certain prayers kept rising from a place deeper than your thoughts could reach. I was stirring something. I was preparing you. Do not turn away from what I am about to speak into your life. This is not a passing moment. It is not something you will hear again in this same way. I am drawing near to you now because you are standing at the edge of a doorway that has been forming long before you noticed it. What waits on the other side is real. What waits on the other side carries weight, and it has your name on it as much as it has theirs. I know you have wondered. I know the silence in your nights has sometimes felt heavier than you let anyone see. You have carried questions about whether a lasting connection would ever find its way to you, or whether you would always be the one left standing on the outside of something you longed for. I have not been absent from those moments. I was present in every one of them, and I was already building the answer, even while you were still forming the question. The person I am speaking of is not a stranger to my plan. They are not someone who wandered into your future by accident. I placed them in the design of your life long before either of you understood it. And when your paths cross, there will be something inside you that knows. Something quiet, something certain, something that does not need to shout to be believed. It will rise in your chest like a breath you did not know you were holding. And the release of it will feel like the most natural thing you have ever experienced. Declare your faith now if this word has reached your spirit. You may have wondered why certain things did not work out. You may have replayed moments in your mind, searching for what went wrong, asking yourself if you could have done something differently. I want you to hear this clearly. Those endings were not punishments. They were protections. I closed those doors because what stood behind them would not have held you the way you needed to be held. I did not remove those connections to leave you empty. I removed them to make room. And now, that room is being filled, not with something fragile, not with something uncertain, but with something that has been tested in my hands before it ever reaches yours. This person has walked through their own fires. They have carried their own questions. And the very things that shape them are the things that will allow them to meet you where you are, without flinching, without turning away. I did not design this connection for comfort alone. I designed it for purpose. When you stand together, something will shift, not just in your heart, but in the direction of your life. You will look back at the roads you have walked, the valleys you thought would break you, and you will see a line that runs through all of it, a single thread pulling you toward this very moment. This is not something I do lightly. I do not arrange lives on a whim. Every encounter, every loss, every season of quiet endurance has been a brushstroke on a larger work. And now that work is nearing completion. Not the end of your story, but the beginning of a chapter that will redefine the ones before it. I know your instinct may be to guard yourself. I know that trust does not come easily after what you have carried. But hear me when I say this. What I am bringing to you now is not built from the same materials that failed you before. This is different ground, and the foundation has already been tested. Stay with me. There is more I need to say to you, and what comes next will settle things in your spirit that have been unsettled for far too long. The name that belongs to this person is not something you will need to chase. It will come to you. It will arrive in a way that makes your spirit pause, not with fear, but with a recognition so deep it will feel as though you have always known it, even when your mind tells you otherwise. You have been asking for a sign. You have been whispering prayers into the dark, hoping something would answer back with clarity instead of silence. I am answering now. Not all at once, because that is not how I work. I reveal things the way dawn breaks, gradually, gently, until what was hidden becomes impossible to miss. Do not rush ahead of what I am doing. Do not try to manufacture a result before the ground is ready. There is a difference between being eager and being impatient, and I need you on the side of trust. What is yours will not pass you by. I am guiding it directly to you, but the timing is mine, and the timing is precise. I have watched you move through seasons where you gave more than you received. I have seen how carefully you held on to hope, even when nothing around you seemed to justify it. That was not foolishness. That was the mark of a spirit that still believes, despite everything. And that belief has not gone unnoticed. It has been weighed, and it has been honored, and it is the very thing that has brought you here, to this exact place where what I am building is about to become visible. So listen closely. Let nothing around you pull your attention from what I am speaking. What I have set aside for you is already in motion, and the name attached to it is closer than you think. There is a reason I am not showing you the full picture all at once. If I laid everything before you in a single moment, you would try to control it. You would grip it with both hands and shape it according to your understanding. But your understanding, as honest as it may be, is still limited by what you have already lived through. I see further. I see the full arc of what this is meant to become, and I am asking you to walk with me into it, one step at a time. This person I have chosen for your life is not walking the same road you have walked before. They carry something different, not in the way the world measures difference, but in the way your spirit will feel it. There will be a steadiness about them that does not waver when pressure comes, and that steadiness is not something they manufactured. It is something I built into them through everything they have endured. You will notice it in the way they speak to you. Not loud, not performing, but measured and honest. You will notice it in how they hold space for your silence without rushing to fill it. And you will notice it in the way your own breathing slows when you are near them, as though something inside you has finally been given permission to rest. That is not coincidence. That is design. I want you to understand something about the way I bring people together. I do not match surfaces. I do not pair what looks compatible on the outside and leave the inside to chance. I go deeper. I look at the fractures, the longings, the places where strength was forged through suffering, and I align those hidden contours with someone whose own shape fits the spaces you carry. This is why it will feel different. This is why it will feel right in a way nothing before it ever did. Say it aloud. Say, I believe, if your heart is receiving what I am telling you. There have been connections in your past that drained you. You gave freely, and what came back was silence, or confusion, or words that did not match actions. You learned to read people carefully because trust had cost you before. I watched that happen. I saw the walls go up. I did not condemn you for building them. But now I am asking you to let me walk through them, because what I am bringing requires an open gate, not a locked one. This does not mean you abandon wisdom. It means you allow trust to lead where fear once stood guard. I am not asking you to be reckless. I am asking you to be willing. There is a wide distance between the two, and I need you standing on the side of willingness. The gate does not need to swing wide open all at once. It simply needs to be unlocked, and my hand is already on the latch. The name that is approaching will arrive without force. You will not have to search for it. It will appear in your awareness the way a word surfaces when you have been trying to remember something for days, and then suddenly, without effort, it is there. That is how I move. I do not impose. I reveal. And what I reveal carries the weight of certainty, because it was never uncertain to begin with. Pay attention to what repeats. Pay attention to what keeps returning to your thoughts when you have not invited it. This is not your mind playing tricks. This is me pointing. I leave markers on your path the same way a river cuts marks into stone, not with violence, but with patience, over time, until the shape is unmistakable. You are closer to this than you think. And the distance between where you are and where this connection begins is not measured in months or years. It is measured in readiness. When your heart reaches the place I have been preparing it for, the door will open. Not slowly, not halfway, fully. There is something else I want to address, because I know it sits in the back of your mind even when you try to push it aside. You have wondered whether you deserve this. You have looked at your own history and questioned whether someone like you could receive something this significant. I need you to hear me clearly. Your past does not disqualify you. The mistakes you have made do not erase what I have written for your future. I do not hold those things over you. I have already released them. The question is whether you will release them too. Let go of the verdict you have placed on yourself. It does not carry my signature. I never wrote it. And it has no authority over what I am about to do in your life. You are worthy of this, not because you earned it, but because I declared it. And what I declare does not bend to the opinions of those who do not know the full story. This person will not come to you asking for proof of your worth. They will not weigh your past on a scale and decide whether you measure up. That is not how I designed them to see you. They will look at you the way I do, with understanding that goes beneath the surface, with a patience that does not flinch at what is honest and imperfect. And in that space between two people who are not pretending, something real will take root. I am telling you this now because the ground is almost ready. What has been tilled in secret is about to break through into the open. And when it does, I do not want you standing at a distance, watching from a place of hesitation. I want you close. I want you present. I want you ready to receive it with open hands instead of folded arms. The time for standing back has ended. The time for stepping forward has arrived. You have spent long stretches of time making yourself smaller so that others could feel comfortable. You have bent your words, softened your needs, and swallowed your own voice to keep the peace in places that were never peaceful to begin with. I saw all of it. I saw the cost. And I am telling you now that the person I am bringing into your life will not require you to shrink. They will not ask you to hold back the fullness of who you are. They will not need you to perform a version of yourself that is easier to manage. When you speak, they will listen. When you are still, they will stay. That is what it looks like when I arrange a connection rather than leave it to chance. There is something in you that already recognizes this truth. You can feel it stirring beneath the doubt, beneath the questions, beneath the habit of guarding yourself from disappointment. That stirring is not anxiety. It is anticipation. Your spirit knows what your mind has not yet caught up with. And that is why I am asking you to trust what you feel, even before you can explain it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work. as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. I have been working in places you could not see. Behind the closed doors, beneath the failed conversations, within the silence that sometimes felt like abandonment, I was there. I was not standing idle. I was removing what needed to be removed and strengthening what needed to remain. Your life is not random. The people who left were not losses without logic. They were departures I permitted because their season was complete. And this new season, the one you are stepping into now, requires a different kind of foundation. It requires two people who have been refined, rather than two people who have simply found each other by accident. That is the difference between what I build and what the world offers. What I build holds. What I build endures. And what I am building between you and this person is meant to last beyond the first season of difficulty, beyond the first disagreement, beyond the first moment when the initial wonder settles into the rhythm of daily life. You may feel a shift in the coming days. It may be subtle at first. A name that catches your attention, a face that stays in your memory longer than it should, a conversation that lingers hours after it ends. These are not distractions. These are markers. I place them in your path so that when the full picture becomes clear, you will remember that I was pointing toward it all along. Do not dismiss what feels significant. Do not explain away the moments that make your spirit pause. Those pauses are not accidents. They are invitations to look closer, to listen more carefully, to pay attention in ways you have not been accustomed to paying attention. I am sharpening your awareness because what is coming requires you to recognize it when it arrives. And recognition requires a spirit that is awake, not dulled by distraction or clouded by cynicism. There is a difference between hoping for something and being positioned to receive it. Hope is important, but position is essential. I have been moving you into position without your awareness. The internal shifts you have experienced, the changing priorities, the fading interest in things that once consumed you, all of that is part of my repositioning. You are being aligned, and alignment is not comfortable. It requires the release of things you have held tightly. But what waits on the other side of that release is worth more than what you are being asked to let go. I promise you that. Not with empty words, but with the full authority of everything I am. What I am bringing into your life will prove itself in time. And it will not require you to defend it or justify it. It will stand on its own. I know you are listening. I know something inside you has not moved from this moment. That is because this word was not meant to pass over you lightly. It was meant to land, and it has landed. Now hold on to it. Do not let the noise of tomorrow drown out what I have spoken to you here and now. The ground beneath your feet is shifting, and that is not cause for alarm. It is cause for readiness. When a field has been plowed and watered, the shift in the soil is not destruction. It is the beginning of growth. That is what is happening in your life right now. I have been turning the earth of your heart, breaking up the hard places, softening what had become rigid through disappointment. And now something new is pushing through. You cannot see the full shape of it yet, but you can feel the pressure of it rising. That quiet insistence that something is about to change, that is not wishful thinking. That is my hand at work beneath the surface. And I do not plant what I do not intend to bring to harvest. So stay anchored in what I have spoken. Let it hold you, when the waiting feels long. Let it steady you when doubt tries to convince you that nothing is happening. Something is happening, and it is closer than the space between one breath and the next. There is also this. The person whose name is approaching has already been marked by my hand. They do not know the full scope of what I am doing, just as you do not know the full scope. But they have felt the same stirring. They have sensed that something is shifting in their own life, even if they cannot name it. Both of you are being drawn toward the same invisible center, and that center is my purpose for your lives together. My child, I need to speak to you about the weight of impatience, because it is one of the greatest enemies of what I am building. You have lived in a world that rewards speed. Everything around you moves quickly, and you have been trained to believe that if something does not happen fast, it is not happening at all. But I do not work on that timeline. My movements are deliberate. My arrangements are exact. And what I am setting in motion for you cannot be rushed without being reduced. When the name arrives, it will not come wrapped in urgency or panic. It will come wrapped in calm. And that calm will be your signal. When something I am orchestrating reaches you, it does not arrive with anxiety. It arrives with a stillness that tells you this is real. This is settled. This is mine. Learn to distinguish between the two, because the world will offer you many things that feel exciting, but carry no substance. What I am giving you carries both weight and peace. This person I have set apart for you has their own rhythm, their own pace, their own way of moving through the world. And that rhythm will not always match yours at first. But that is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that two distinct journeys are being woven into one, and the weaving requires patience. You will not merge overnight. You will not understand each other completely from the first conversation. But with each honest exchange, with each moment of vulnerability, held with care, something strong will form between you. I am not giving you a finished product. I am giving you a partnership that will be shaped over time. And the shaping will require effort, but it will not require exhaustion. There is a difference between working to build something meaningful and struggling to keep something alive that was never meant to survive. This connection will not feel like survival. It will feel like growth. You have known the difference before. You have been in rooms where you felt the air leaving your lungs, where every word you spoke was measured against the risk of it being misunderstood or used against you. That is not what is coming. What is coming will feel like walking into open air after being inside a closed room for too long. You will breathe differently. You will speak differently. Not because you are pretending, but because for the first time in a long time, you will feel safe enough to be unguarded. I know what safety means to you. I know it is not a word you use lightly. You have been in places where safety was promised, but never delivered, where the people who should have been safe became the source of your deepest wounds. I am aware of all of that, and I am telling you now, what I am arranging is not a repetition of that pattern. It is the breaking of it. This person will not hold power over you. They will not use your vulnerability as a tool. They will meet your honesty with their own. And in that exchange, something will grow that neither of you could have built alone. That is the nature of what I design. It does not diminish either person. It multiplies both. You may wonder how you will know for certain. You may worry that your judgment has been wrong before and could be wrong again. I understand that fear, but listen to me. Your judgment was limited before because you were operating without my guidance in those moments. This time is different. I am walking ahead of you. I am clearing the path before you even set foot on it. The clarity you need will not come from overanalyzing every detail. It will come from a deep, settled peace that does not argue with itself. When you feel that peace, you will know, and you will not need anyone else to confirm it for you. I will be the confirmation. My presence in the moment will be unmistakable. Do not look for perfection in this person. Perfection is not what I promised, and it is not what you need. What you need is someone who is willing to show up day after day with honesty and intention. Someone whose imperfections do not threaten you, but instead remind you that realness has always been more valuable than appearances. That is what I am giving you. Not a flawless person, but a faithful one. And faithfulness, true faithfulness, is rarer than you know. It is not something the world teaches well, but it is something I have planted in this person through seasons of their own difficulty. They have learned what it costs to stay when leaving is easier, and that knowledge will shape the way they stand beside you. There will be moments in this connection where the old wounds try to speak louder than the new truth. Old habits of suspicion, of second-guessing, of bracing for impact. When those moments come, and they will come, do not let them rule you. Acknowledge them, then set them down. They belong to a chapter that is closing. They do not have a seat at the table I am preparing. I am not only building something between you and this person, I am rebuilding something within you. A trust in yourself that was damaged long before any relationship failed. A belief that you are capable of being loved without conditions, without performance, without the exhausting effort of earning what should simply be given. That belief is returning. And it is returning because I am restoring it with my own hands. You will look back on this season of preparation and understand that it was not punishment disguised as waiting. It was architecture. I was laying foundations in places you could not see, running support beams through your character, pouring strength into cracks that had been left by people who handled you carelessly. None of that work was accidental. None of it was rushed. And when the structure I have been building becomes visible to you, you will know that it was worth every moment of uncertainty you endured while I was working. There is a kind of love that the world celebrates loudly, the kind that dazzles at first sight and fades within months. That is not what I am bringing you. What I am bringing moves quietly. It does not need an audience. It does not require applause or display. It proves itself in the ordinary moments, in the way someone remembers what you said 3 weeks ago and brings it up because it mattered to them, in the way they notice when your voice changes, even slightly, in the way they choose to stay in the room when the conversation gets difficult instead of walking away. That kind of love is not glamorous, but it is enduring, and it is the kind that will carry you through seasons that test everything. I do not build connections that only work when things are easy. I build connections that hold when things are hard. And that is exactly what this one is. I want you to stop measuring what is coming by what has already failed. You have a habit of using the past as a measuring stick for the future, and it has kept you smaller than you were meant to be. The past was not a preview. It was a passage. You moved through it, and it moved through you, and both of you are different now. The person you were in those moments is not the person who is standing here listening to me now. You are stronger. You are more honest with yourself. You have learned to ask harder questions and sit with uncomfortable answers. Those are not small things. Those are the markers of someone who has been shaped by fire and come through it with more clarity than they had going in. I honor that in you, and I am matching it with someone who carries the same kind of hard-won understanding. The name will not come in the way you might expect. It may arrive through a voice you were not paying attention to. It may surface in a moment so ordinary you almost let it pass. But something inside you will catch it. Something inside you will hold it, the way your hand instinctively catches something falling before your mind registers what it is. That instinct is not accidental. I placed it in you, and I sharpened it through everything you have been through. When it happens, do not fight it. Do not interrogate it until it loses its shape. Let it sit in your spirit the way rain sits on dry ground, soaking in slowly, reaching the places that need it most. Understanding does not always come instantly. Sometimes it comes in layers, and the first layer is simply this: recognition. Knowing that what you have just encountered matters. Knowing that it is not random. Knowing that something beyond your own logic has placed it directly in your awareness. I did not bring you this far to leave you guessing in the final stretch. I am a finisher. What I begin, I bring to completion. And this word I have spoken over your life is not half-formed. It is fully shaped. It is waiting for the moment when both you and this person are positioned exactly where you need to be. That moment is not far. The preparations are nearly complete. Not just on your side, but on theirs as well. They have been walking their own road of becoming, carrying their own questions, facing their own tests. And they have been faithful through it, just as you have. When two people who have been individually refined are finally brought together, the result is not fragile. It is forged. There is an image I want you to hold in your mind. Two rivers that have been flowing through separate valleys for years, each carving its own path through rock and soil. They did not know they were heading toward the same destination. They could not see each other. But the terrain was shaped so that eventually, inevitably, they would converge. And when they do, the current becomes stronger than either could have been alone. That is what I am doing with your life and theirs. Two separate journeys, each purposeful, each necessary, merging into a single current that moves with a power neither of you could have generated on your own. You will feel that power, not as force, but as flow, not as pressure, but as momentum, and it will carry you both forward into things you have not yet imagined. I want you to understand something about what this connection will require from you. It will not ask you to perform or to earn your place, but it will ask you to be present, fully present, not hiding behind old defenses, not running through rehearsed versions of yourself, but standing openly in who you are and trusting that it is enough. That will feel unfamiliar at first. You have spent so much time curating how others see you that the thought of being simply, plainly yourself may feel like the most vulnerable thing I have ever asked of you. But it is also the most freeing. And once you taste that freedom, you will not want to go back to performing. You will wonder why you ever thought pretending was the safer option, when being known, truly known, is the only thing that ever brought you rest. There is a difference between being admired from a distance and being loved up close. And what I am giving you is the second kind. The kind that does not require you to maintain an image. The kind that holds you, even when the image falls away. I am not finished speaking. There is still more you need to hear before I am done. Stay close, keep your heart open. What I am about to say will reach into the places where your deepest questions live, and it will begin to answer them in ways you did not expect. You were not made to walk through life guessing whether you are seen. You were made to be known, deeply and without apology. And that is what I am delivering into your hands. Not a shallow mirror that shows you only what you want to see, but a steady presence that reflects back the truth of who you are. and loves what it finds there. There are seasons in your life that seem to exist only to test whether you would break. Some of those seasons felt endless, as though they had no purpose except to wear you down. But I want you to see them differently now. Those seasons were not wasted time. They were the kiln. They were the pressure that turned loose sand into something solid. And the person you became through them is the exact person who is ready for what I am now placing before you. I do not waste difficulty. I never have. Every hard season you endured was producing something inside you that comfort alone could never have built. Resilience, discernment, the ability to love without demanding proof of safety first. You may not see those qualities in yourself yet, but I see them clearly. And so will the person whose name is on its way to you. This connection will not be built on pretense. It will not be built on the versions of yourself you show the world when you are trying to impress. It will be built on truth, on the unpolished, unrehearsed version of who you really are. And that version is the one I love most. That version is the one I have been refining. Not to make you acceptable to someone else, but to help you accept yourself deeply enough that when someone truly sees you, you do not flinch. You have spent too many years flinching. You have pulled back when someone got close. You have changed the subject when conversations reached the places that mattered most. I understand why. Those places were unprotected once, and the people who entered them did not treat them with care. But this time I am standing guard at the entrance. No one is entering those sacred spaces unless I have prepared them to honor what they find. State your agreement if you feel this truth settling in your spirit. I want to tell you something about the way this person will love you. It will not always be dramatic. It will not always be poetic, but it will be constant. And constancy is the one thing that has been missing from your life for longer than you care to admit. You have been surrounded by people who arrived with promises and departed with excuses. That pattern is ending. What I am bringing is someone who understands that love is not measured in grand gestures, but in daily decisions. The decision to stay honest. The decision to remain kind when frustration rises. The decision to keep building even when the progress feels slow. Those are the decisions that hold a life together, and this person has been learning to make them, just as you have. Neither of you is arriving at this connection unprepared. Both of you have been walking toward it through your own fires. And when you meet, the recognition will not need to be explained. It will simply be known. There will also be a purpose that extends beyond the two of you. This connection is not isolated. It is part of something larger that I am doing, something that touches the lives of those around you in ways you have not yet imagined. When two people walk in alignment with me, the effect is not contained within their own four walls. It reaches outward. It influences. It creates a stability that others are drawn to, not because it is loud, but because it is real. The people around you will sense the difference, even if they cannot name it. They will notice that something has shifted in the atmosphere of your life. You have always wanted your life to matter beyond yourself. You have carried that desire quietly, sometimes wondering if it was too ambitious or too unrealistic. It is neither. It is the design I placed inside you, and the person I'm bringing will share that design. Together you will build something that outlives the moment, something that leaves a mark on the ground you walk on. I am not asking you to plan every detail of that future right now. I am asking you to trust that the first step is the person I am revealing. Everything else flows from that. The name is coming. The moment is coming. And when it arrives, you will not second guess it. because something in you will already know that this is what you have been prepared for. You have lived with questions that had no answers. You have carried longings that felt too deep to speak out loud. I heard every one of them. I held every one of them. And now I am beginning to answer them in ways you will recognize as mine. Not flashy, not overwhelming, but unmistakably certain. I built you for this moment. I walked you through fires that were meant to refine, not to destroy. I allowed losses that were meant to make room, not to leave you empty. And I held you through silences that were meant to sharpen your hearing, not to punish you with absence. Every thread connects, every piece fits, and the picture that is forming is more beautiful than you have dared to believe. Do not be afraid of what you are feeling right now. Whether it is hope or uncertainty or a strange mixture of both, it is all part of the process. I do not require you to arrive at this moment with perfect faith. I only require you to arrive with willingness. Willingness to trust me one more time. Willingness to believe that what I have spoken is not empty. Willingness to open the door when I knock, even if your hands are trembling when you reach for the handle. That is enough. Your willingness is enough. I will do the rest. I have been doing the rest all along, and I am not about to stop now. Not when you are this close to what I have been preparing. Not when the distance between promise and fulfillment has never been shorter than it is right now. My child, as I draw these words to their close, I want you to understand that everything I have spoken to you carries the weight of intention. Nothing was filler, nothing was padding. Every sentence was placed with the same precision that I use when I set stars in their positions and rivers in their courses. You were not an afterthought in my design, and neither is this connection I am bringing you. The name is close now, closer than it was when I first began speaking to you, and I want you to know that when it comes, it will not feel like something foreign invading your life. It will feel like something returning, like a word you forgot you knew until you heard it spoken again, like a melody that lived in the back of your mind but never had a moment to surface until now. That is because this was always part of your story. It was written before you could read. It was decided before you could choose. And it has been protected through every storm that tried to erase it. Nothing, no failure, no misstep, no wrong turn, has been strong enough to undo what I declared over your life before it began. You have doubted yourself more times than you can count. You have looked in the mirror and wondered if what you saw was worthy of the kind of love that lasts. I am telling you now, for the last time in this word, that the answer is yes. Not because you are without flaw, but because I do not measure worthiness the way the world does. I measure it by what I placed inside you, and what I placed inside you has never diminished, no matter what tried to cover it over. The person I am bringing will see what I see. Not perfectly, because they are human, and their sight has limits. But they will see enough. They will see the depth in you that others rushed past. They will feel the steadiness in you that others mistook for quietness. They will value the parts of you that have been overlooked for so long you almost forgot they existed. And in being seen that way, something in you will awaken that has been asleep for far too long. That awakening is not something you need to force. It will happen naturally, the way a field thaws after a long season of frost. One day the ice simply gives way to warmth, and what was buried begins to push through the surface again. That is what is happening in your life right now, even as you listen to these words. I want you to carry this truth with you in the days ahead. When doubt returns, and it will, I want you to remember what I have spoken. Not as a vague memory, but as a fixed point you can anchor to when the waters become rough. This word is not fragile. It does not dissolve under pressure. It stands because I stand behind it, and I do not move. You will face moments where the waiting feels unbearable. You will face moments where the silence between this word and its fulfillment seems too long. In those moments, do not conclude that I have forgotten. Conclude instead that I am still working, that the same hands that set this in motion are still shaping it, still refining it, still bringing it to the exact point where it will arrive with maximum impact and minimum confusion. I do not deliver things early. I do not deliver them late. I deliver them in the precise moment when they will be received fully and appreciated deeply. And that moment, for this connection, is being calibrated with the same care I use to hold the entire creation in balance. You are not alone. You have never been alone, even when the silence convinced you otherwise. I was in the silence. I was in the waiting. I was in the questions you could not answer and the prayers you could not finish. I was in all of it, working, arranging, preparing. And I am in this moment too, right here, speaking to you with a clarity that I do not offer lightly. I am offering it to you because the time demands it, and because your heart is ready to receive it. The connection that is coming will not erase your past, but it will put your past in its proper place, behind you where it belongs. It will not fix everything overnight, but it will give you a partner in the work of building something meaningful. And that partnership, grounded in trust, shaped by refinement, and held together by my hand, will be stronger than anything either of you has ever known. When the name comes, receive it. Do not overthink it. Do not resist it. Do not look for reasons it cannot be true. Simply hold it. Let it settle. Let it take root. And then watch as everything I have promised begins to unfold before your eyes. One step at a time. One day at a time. One act of trust at a time. I have loved you through everything. I have kept you through everything. And now I am bringing you into something new, not because you earned it through perfection, but because my purposes for your life have always included this moment. Walk forward with confidence. Walk forward with an open heart. And know that what I have prepared for you is already reaching out to meet you halfway. The ground is set. The season has turned. The name is near. And when it lands in your spirit, you will know without question that this was always meant to be yours. Go now with my peace resting on you. Go with the certainty that what I have set in motion cannot be undone by any force. And go knowing that the one I have chosen for you is already on their way. You are ready. You may not feel ready, but readiness is not a feeling. It is a position. And I have placed you in that position through every step you have taken to reach this moment. You are exactly where you need to be. And the person I have chosen is exactly where they need to be. The only thing left is the moment I bring you together. And that moment is already written. Declare your amen if you receive everything I have spoken over your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My precious child, I want you to hear me. I already know you, not the version of you the world sees, not the one who holds it together, who says the right things, who keeps going even when going feels impossible. I am not here for that version today. I am here for the real one, the one sitting underneath all that effort, the one who is tired in a way that sleep has not been able to fix. the one who has been hoping quietly for so long that hope itself has started to feel heavy. That is who I came for. So stay with me. Do not rush past this moment, because what I am about to say has been a long time coming, and I need you to receive every word of it. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you sat somewhere and felt truly at rest? Not managing the day, not holding something together, not bracing for the next thing that needs your attention. Actually still, actually present, without a weight pressing on the back of your mind. You are having to think about it, are you not? The fact that the memory takes this long to find tells me something important about what your life has felt like. Not for a week, not for a month, for a season that has stretched longer than you wanted to admit to anyone, including me. So hear what I am about to say very carefully. You have been carrying more than you were ever designed to carry alone. I see the shape of what you are holding. I know what it feels like from the inside, because I have been inside it with you, even in the moments you could not feel me there. The tiredness you carry is not weakness. It is what happens when a person pours out constantly and nothing pours back in. You kept showing up for everyone else, and somewhere along the way, you stopped expecting anyone to show up for you. I am showing up for you right now. This moment is me coming to find you where you are, not where you wish you were, not where you think you should be by now. Right here, exactly as you are. You were not drawn to this moment by accident. My voice is reaching you today because today is when you were ready to hear it, and I need you to let that settle before we go any further. There is a fear you carry that you have never said out loud, maybe not even to yourself in clear language, but I know it. It lives at the back of everything, and it rises at 3 in the morning, when the noise of the day stops and the quiet gets too loud. It is the fear that maybe this is just how it is now, that the life you believed was possible for you, the one you prayed for, the one you could feel waiting for you when you were younger and things still felt open. Maybe that life is not coming. Maybe you waited too long. Maybe you made too many wrong turns. Maybe while you were busy surviving, everyone else moved into their future and the door closed behind them, and you were still standing on the outside of it. That fear has been asking you questions. Questions about your choices. Questions about your worth. Questions about whether the things you still want are even things you are allowed to want anymore, or whether wanting them makes you foolish or ungrateful for what you already have. I need you to hear what I think about that fear. It is lying to you. Not because your life has been easy. Not because nothing is truly hard. It is lying because it is built on something that is not true about me. That fear assumes my love for you has a time limit. It assumes there is a window for what I can do in your life, and that the window is closing. It assumes my power to move on your behalf expires if you wait too long or fail too many times, or fall further than a certain distance. None of that is how I work. Not one word of it reflects who I am. Listen closely now. There is no age at which I stop building. There is no number of wrong turns that puts you outside my reach. There is no distance you can fall that is further than my arm extends. The door you believe closed behind everyone else was never the door I had for you. Your door does not close, because I am the one holding it open. You have measured your life against the lives around you, and the measuring has made you tired. Stop measuring. I did not write their story for you. I wrote yours, and I am still writing it, and the chapters ahead were never canceled by the chapters behind. I know you have wondered where I was. I know the silence felt like absence. But I do not go silent, and I do not leave. What felt like stillness was me working below the surface, in the places your eyes cannot reach. A builder does not shout while the foundation is being laid. He works low. He works deep. And what he builds there decides everything that stands afterward. That is what I have been doing in you. Depth that only forms under pressure. Endurance that only grows through uncertainty. A kind of compassion that cannot be taught, only grown in someone who suffered and still chose kindness. These things were being built in you through every season you thought was empty. So before we go on, I want something from you. Not effort, not performance, just openness. Let the guard down for the length of this message. Let me speak to the real you, the one I came for. What I have to say next will change how you see everything you have walked through. Declare your amen right now if your heart is open to receive this. You did not lose those years. I know it felt like loss. You are allowed to have felt that. I do not need you to pretend the hard things were comfortable, or to perform a gratitude you do not fully feel yet. I can hold the truth of how difficult it has been. Bring it to me as it actually was. But let me show you what was happening in the middle of it. Something is being formed in your life right now that is going to surprise you when it becomes visible. It will not announce itself loudly. It will arrive the way I usually arrive, quietly, with a rightness to it that your spirit will recognize before your mind can explain it to anyone else. And when it comes, you will look back at this exact moment. You will understand that this was the day the season started to turn, not because you finally did something right, because the appointed time arrived, and I never miss an appointed time. Now I want to talk about the thing you are most tired of explaining. You have a situation, a specific one, something that has gone on long enough that you stopped mentioning it to people because you learned what their faces do when you bring it up again. You know the responses, the carefully worded kindness from someone who has clearly moved on from it in their own mind, even if you have not been able to. The friends who stopped asking because they assumed it must have resolved. The ones who offered advice so wide of the mark that you felt more alone after the conversation than before it. So you learned to carry it quietly, not because it stopped mattering, because talking about it cost you something and gave you very little back. And the loneliness of that particular silence is its own specific pain. It is not the loneliness of being alone. It is the loneliness of being surrounded by people who love you and still being completely unseen in the thing that matters most. It is living a life that looks steady from the outside and feels like barely surviving from the inside. It is performing wellness so consistently that you almost believe the performance yourself, except in the moments when you could not anymore. I need you to hear something about those moments. I was in all of them. Every one you got through. Every one you barely got through. Every one you cannot fully account for, where you look back and honestly wonder where the strength came from. I know where it came from. I was underneath everything. I was holding what you could not hold. I was keeping things from breaking that would have broken without my hand on them. You called it resilience. You called it pushing through. You did not always have a name for it, but I know what it was. It was my grace, given freely because you are mine. And the situation itself, the one you stopped explaining, I have not stopped working on it. Hear that clearly. People moved on from it. I did not. Their attention faded. Mine never wavered. While you were learning to carry it silently, I was arranging things around it that you could not see. You do not need to convince me it matters. You do not need to find fresh words for a prayer you have prayed 100 times. I heard it the first time. I have heard it every time. The repetition never bored me. Each time you brought it back to me, I saw a person who refuses to stop believing, and that refusal moves my heart more than eloquence ever could. I want to tell you what your endurance has been doing. Every day you kept going, something was being established in you. Not just survival, authority. There is a kind of trust that can only be spoken about by someone who has walked through the dark with it. You are becoming someone whose words about me will carry weight, because they were paid for. There are people you have not yet met who will need what you are carrying. They will need someone who understands the long silence, the unanswered question, the year that would not end. When you speak to them, something in them will steady. That is not an accident, that is design. So do not despise the length of the road. The road was doing something. Not everything painful was sent by me. Hear that plainly. I do not deal in cruelty, but nothing that touched you was wasted by me either. I take what was meant to break you and I fold it into your strength. That is one of the things I do best. You have asked me why more than once. Why this situation? Why this long? Why you? I will not pretend the full answer fits into words you can hold right now, but I will give you the part you can hold. You were never being ignored. You were never being punished. And you were never, not for 1 hour of one day, walking that road by yourself. There is a morning coming when this situation will no longer be the first thing your mind reaches for when you wake. That is hard to imagine from where you stand. Imagine it anyway. The weight that has defined this season will not define the next one. I am telling you this ahead of time so that when it happens, you will know it was me. You have kept your grip on hope with tired hands for a long time. I honor that. Now let my grip matter more than yours. You were never the one holding this together. Let that truth take some weight off your shoulders today. It was always me, and I am not letting go. Say, I believe out loud if this word is reaching the deep places of your spirit. Now I want to speak about the guilt you carry alongside everything else. Because it is there, is it not? The particular guilt of someone who believes, but does not always feel their belief. Who knows what they are supposed to feel in a moment of worship and sometimes feels nothing? Who has prayed the same prayer so many times that it started to sound like words spoken into an empty room? You carry a low, quiet shame about the gap between the faith you show the world and the faith you actually feel on the inside. You have wondered if I am disappointed in you. You have watched people who seem to worship with uncomplicated joy and felt something in your chest that was part admiration and part grief. A grief you did not know how to name, because naming it felt like admitting something you were not sure you were allowed to admit. Let me be direct with you about this. I am not disappointed in you. I have never been disappointed in you. What I see when I look at you is not someone failing to perform faith correctly. I see someone walking through something truly difficult, reaching for me with whatever they have available, and coming back even when coming back takes everything. That is not thin faith dressed up as something better. That is some of the realest faith I have ever seen. Real faith is not the kind that only appears when it feels easy. Real faith is the kind that keeps showing up when it costs something, and yours has cost you a great deal. Feelings rise and fall like weather. Faith is not weather. Faith is the ground you stand on while the weather changes. On the days you felt nothing and still turned toward me, your faith was not smaller. It was purer. It was faith with nothing propping it up. Heaven sees those days differently than you do. And because faith is proven by what it is willing to place in my hands, I want to invite you into an act of trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me keep speaking to your heart, because there is more I want you to understand about who you are to me. What I am building in you today is not a feeling that fades by tomorrow morning. I am not interested in giving you a brief lift that leaves you needing another one next week. What I am building is structural, a knowing that does not depend on circumstances to stay standing, a foundation that holds even when everything above it is shaking. It begins with the truth about who you are, not the name your failures tried to give you, not the label placed on you by people who were themselves wounded and passed the wound along without knowing it, not the verdict your hardest season tried to hand down on your worth, not the voice that speaks in the worst moments of a bad day and says things about you that you would never say to someone you love. Here is what I say about you. You are wanted, not tolerated, not managed, not kept around because removing you would be complicated. Wanted. I chose you specifically, not because you were the strongest candidate, not because no one else was available. I looked at all of who you are, the broken places and the beautiful places and the places that are somewhere in between, and I said, this one. Through this one, I am building something. Now I want to speak to the pressure you feel around provision. I know the specific texture of it. It is not only about what you have or do not have. It is about what the shortage says. It is the voice underneath the numbers telling you that you should be further along by now, that something must be wrong with you, because the strain keeps returning to this same area of your life, that you have prayed about this too long and maybe I am not moving on it after all. I am moving on it. I am not looking at your situation from a distance, offering you comfortable words about provision in general. I am in the details, the specific ones, the amounts, the dates, the decisions you have been turning over at night. Nothing about your need is too small for my attention or too large for my hand. Something is opening right now that is going to shift what is possible for you. It will not necessarily arrive the way you have pictured it. What I send often surprises people with its shape, but when it comes, you will recognize it. It will carry a timing that could not have been arranged by human hands, and a rightness your spirit will know before your mind can process it. So do not close your hands. Keep them open. Keep your heart expectant. There is a posture of receiving and a posture of bracing, and they cannot be held at the same time. You have been braced for disappointment for so long that it feels like wisdom. It is not wisdom. It is a wound pretending to be wisdom. Let it go. I am bringing something toward you. I need you ready to receive it, not standing guard against the hope of it. The person who expects nothing protects themselves from nothing. They only make sure that when goodness arrives, it finds them looking the other way. Do not be looking the other way. Look up. Watch for me. There is something else I need to say to you, and I need you to listen closely. I have been trying to reach you, not just today, for a long time now. And I want to show you the ways, because once you see them, you will not be able to unsee them. I spoke to you through thoughts that came suddenly and would not leave. Thoughts that asked questions your heart could not ignore. Thoughts that made you pause in the middle of your routine and wonder why you felt unsettled when everything seemed fine on the outside. You reasoned them away. You called them stress, imagination, coincidence. It was me, planting seeds, awakening something, inviting you to look deeper. I spoke to you through doors that closed when you thought they would open. Opportunities you expected that slipped away. Plans you made carefully that did not unfold the way you hoped. You wondered why progress felt slow. You questioned whether I was listening. But I was speaking through those very delays, saying, wait, when you wanted to hear go. Those pauses were not empty. They were full of my protection. Some of the doors that closed in your face were doors I closed with my own hand, because I could see down the corridor behind them, and you could not. One day I will show you what stood on the other side of some of those doors. On that day you will thank me for every one that did not open, and more than once you felt the pull toward me. You sensed me near. You recognized the invitation toward something deeper. And then you stepped back. Not because you did not care, because you were afraid, because you were tired, because you were unsure of what answering might require of you. I understood. I saw your hesitation, and I did not walk away. I stayed close even when you stepped back. But hear me now. The season of stepping back is ending. Not because I am running out of patience. My patience does not run out. It is ending because you are ready now in ways you were not before. Your questions have changed. Your prayers have matured. Your awareness has sharpened. This word could not have come earlier because you would have misheard it. It comes now because you are finally able to receive it fully. Let me describe what the distance has been doing so you can recognize it. You wake restless without knowing why. You lie awake in the smallest hours, wondering why sleep does not restore you anymore. Small things unsettle you more than they used to. A conversation that would not have bothered you before now circles in your mind for hours. Decisions that once came with peace now feel heavy. You second-guess yourself more than before. You ask for opinions on things you used to know instinctively. Your days are full, but your heart feels empty. You are active without feeling aligned, moving without arriving, functioning without flourishing. You smile through the day and then sit in silence when it ends, questioning everything. You show up for others and quietly wonder who shows up for you. You give encouragement you struggle to receive. You point people toward hope you have half stopped expecting for yourself. This is not punishment. I want that to be unmistakably clear. This is not me being cruel or distant. This is what happens when a soul drifts from its anchor. The unease you feel is not a sentence. It is a signal. It is your spirit telling you the truth your schedule has been drowning out. Something in you knows where home is, and it aches when you live too far from it. And the confusion that has felt thicker for you lately, the fog over your decisions, the sense that clarity keeps slipping through your fingers. Hear me. That fog is not who you are. It is not your portion. It is not your inheritance. I am lifting it. Even now, as my voice reaches you, something in your mind is settling that has been unsettled for a long time. Clarity is being restored to you. Not all at once. I rarely work all at once. But the direction you have been missing is returning. The next step is becoming visible. And I will tell you what I tell all my children about next steps. You do not need to see the whole road. You only need to see the next step and take it. I am not asking you to fix everything. I am not asking you to have all the answers. I am asking you to stay, to listen, to open your heart just enough to let me keep speaking. That is all. The rest is my work, and I have never once failed to finish my work. But I will be honest with you about timing, because I love you too much to stay silent. Some things are available now that will not be available in the same way later. Not because I withdraw. I do not withdraw. But seasons change, circumstances move, people move. There is a rhythm to what I am doing in your life, and this moment is part of that rhythm. Postponing has felt safe to you. It is not safe. It only spreads the cost out so thinly that you do not notice yourself paying it. Every season you spend waiting for easier does not come, and something quietly dims. I am not warning you to frighten you. I am warning you the way a father warns a child near the edge of something. Out of love. Only love. So let today be the day the postponing ends. Not with a dramatic vow, with a small, real turning. A heart that says, I am done keeping you at a distance. That is enough. That is all I have ever needed from you. Give me that opening and watch what I do with it. Now I want to speak to what you carry in your body. A pain that has been present too long. A diagnosis that changed how you see your future. A physical weariness that rest has not been able to touch. Something in your body that has been narrowing the space of what feels possible. I see your body, not just your spirit. I am present in the physical reality of your life, not only the unseen part of it. I form the frame you live in, and I have not forgotten how it works. I am at work in bodies right now doing things that human understanding does not have clean categories for. And some of the people receiving this word today are among those whose bodies will tell a story with my name on it. So I want you to do something simple. Place your hand on the place that carries the most pain. Do it quietly and tell me you trust me with it. That is the entire prayer. I do not need a long and carefully worded request. I need the honest, simple prayer of a person who is hurting and believes I am able. That kind of prayer moves me every single time. Now let me go where fewer voices are willing to go. I want to talk about the relationships that left marks on you. The ones that were supposed to be safe and were not. The person you gave the most vulnerable parts of yourself to, who handled that trust carelessly. The love that was real but broken in ways that wanting could not fix. The friendship that dissolved and left a gap you were not expecting. The family member whose words did something in you that you are still working through years later. You have brought these to me in moments you may not have recognized as prayer. The late-night replays. The conversations you have gone over and over searching for what you should have done differently. The quiet anger you have almost, but not entirely, released. I was in those moments. I heard you, even when you were not sure you were speaking to me. I want to say something specific about the pattern you are afraid of. The one that makes you wonder if certain kinds of hurt will just keep finding you. If there is something in you that draws the wrong things or drives away the right ones. Hear my verdict on that pattern. It is not your identity. It is not a sentence on your future. What was learned can be unlearned, and I have been working in you in this area longer than you know. The version of you who accepted less than you were worth, because some part of you had decided that was all you deserved, is already being replaced. You will see the evidence in what you say yes to, and in what you finally feel settled enough to say no to. The shift is already underway. It simply does not announce itself before it becomes visible. I also need to speak to the unforgiveness, not the hot kind. You moved past the hot kind long ago. I mean the cold kind. The compressed, quiet residue you labeled as finished because you stopped talking about it out loud. The pocket of something that still tightens when a certain name comes up. or a certain memory surfaces, or someone describes a situation that rhymes with yours. You are a little ashamed of still having this. You know what I have asked of you, and you are not sure you have fully done it. I am not coming to you with accusation. I am coming with something more useful. The truth about how forgiveness actually works. Real forgiveness is not something you produce by trying harder. It is not a decision you make once and then feel continuously. It grows in you when you stop trying to carry the offense yourself and bring it honestly to me. When you say, I cannot make myself be done with this. I need you to do something in my heart that I cannot do on my own. That is the prayer that works, not the one where you command yourself into a feeling. The one where you come to me empty-handed and ask for help. Bring me the thing you almost, but not quite, let go of. I will carry the rest of it, and the space it leaves behind will not stay empty. I will fill it with a piece that makes more sense of what happened than the holding on ever could. Understand why this matters so much to me. It is not that I am keeping score of your obedience. It is that unforgiveness is a weight tied to your ankle by someone who is not even walking beside you anymore. They are gone, and you are still carrying the heaviest thing they left behind. I want it off you, not for their sake, for yours. And when it lifts, you will notice things you had stopped noticing. Sleep will come easier. Certain rooms will feel lighter. Certain memories will lose their sting without losing their lessons. Forgiveness does not rewrite the past. It releases the past's grip on your future. That release is part of the restoration I am bringing you. Do not be discouraged if the letting go happens slowly. Some chains fall off in a moment. Others loosen little by little, day by day, prayer by prayer. Both are my work. What matters is the direction, not the speed. Keep bringing it to me, and one day you will reach for the old weight and find it gone. Because that is what this season is, hear the word clearly. Restoration. I am about to restore what you lost. Not always in the original form. Some things return as they were. Others return transformed, larger, in shapes you did not expect. But the substance of what was taken from you, the peace, the confidence, the closeness, the joy, the years that felt swallowed, I restore. It is one of my oldest promises, and I have never broken a promise. Say, I trust you, Lord, if you believe restoration is written over your life. Let me speak now about your desires, the specific ones. The things you want that you stopped saying out loud. Because saying them and then not receiving them is a particular kind of grief you would rather not repeat. You still have them, even the ones you tried to talk yourself out of. Even the ones you were told were not realistic, not appropriate, not in line with what your life looks like now. You still want what you want. And some part of you carries a low shame about the wanting itself, as though the right spiritual posture would be to release it all and arrive at a perfect peace about whatever comes. Hear me on this. I placed those desires in you. The longings you carry are not evidence that something is wrong with you. They are evidence of what I have been preparing to bring. The hunger and the fulfillment come from the same source, from me. And I do not place a hunger in someone for something I have no intention of satisfying. I do not work that way. I am not that kind of God. The specific things your heart has held on to are not foolish. They are not too much. They have not been forgotten just because the timing has been different from what you expected. Watch for them to arrive differently than you pictured, because that is almost always how I move. Not through the door you were watching, through the one you stopped checking, but when it opens, your spirit will know. The recognition will come before the explanation. Now let me tell you where you are standing, because you cannot see it from inside your own life. There is a shift already in motion. It is not coming because you finally earned it, or got everything right, or found the correct spiritual formula. It is coming because one season is giving way to another. There is a season of forming and a season of fruit, and they always come in that order with me. A field lies quiet before it feeds anyone. Yours has lain quiet long enough. What is approaching is not simply an improvement in your circumstances, though those are shifting too. What is coming is a different way of being inside your own life. A mind that rests more easily, a heart that is less defended, a spirit with more room in it, because it has released things it was never meant to hold permanently. A joy is coming that does not need everything to be going well in order to exist. It will not be sourced from your circumstances. It will be sourced from knowing who I am, and from the settled certainty that I am with you and nothing can change that. That kind of joy cannot be taken by bad news, because it was never given by good news. You are going to look at yourself in a season not far from now and be surprised. Not mainly by what changed around you, though that will be real. By what changed inside you. By the person you became while you were so focused on surviving that you did not notice you were also growing. The steadiness you carry now, the depth of your presence, the quality of peace in you that people will feel before you explain a word of it. That transformation is the work I am most pleased with. Not what I am placing in your hands from the outside. What I have been growing in you from the inside. Anyone can be handed things. Not everyone can carry them. You are being made into someone who can carry what is coming, and that making is nearly complete. Now let me return to the word I spoke over you, restoration. I want you to understand how far it reaches. The confidence that was chipped away, conversation by conversation, year by year. I restore it. The trust that was broken by people who should have guarded it. I rebuild it carefully so that you can love again without flinching. The sense of purpose that quietly leaked out of your days. I return it clearer than it was before. Even the time. I know how you grieved the time. The years you feel were swallowed by the struggle, the seasons you spent just holding on while others seemed to build and flourish. Hear my promise. I am the God who repays the years, not by turning the calendar back, by making the years ahead so fruitful that the arithmetic of your life stops making sense. More will grow in a short season with me than was lost in a long season without. And there is fruit ahead of you that will reach beyond you. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you bring to me when no one is listening. What I am doing in you is not sealed inside you. Blessing moves through a person like water through a channel. As you are restored, restoration will begin to touch the lives connected to yours. You will see changes you prayed for and stopped expecting. Watch for them. Do not try to calculate how all this will happen. Calculation is not your assignment. Trust is your assignment. The steps between here and there belong to me, and I have already numbered them. Your part is today. Walk with me today, and let me be the one who joins the days together. And walk lightly. You have been walking braced, shoulders tight, waiting for the next blow. That way of walking made sense in the season you came from. It does not fit the season you are entering. The ground ahead of you is not a trap. It is a path, and I laid it myself, and I do not lay paths that lead my children nowhere. You wondered sometimes whether you had disqualified yourself somewhere along the way, whether one of those wrong turns took you off the map of what I could bless. My child, You were never off my map. There is no off my map. Every place you wandered, I had already been. Every detour you regret, I had already measured. And the path from exactly where you stand to exactly what I promised is already built. Now receive what I am speaking over you. These are not wishes. These are declarations from my mouth, and my word does not return to me empty. It accomplishes what I send it to do. So let each one land on you like rain on dry ground. May clarity fill your mind until confusion has no room left to stand. May decisions come to you wrapped in peace instead of anxiety. May direction announce itself so plainly that doubt loses its voice. May you walk in such certainty that hesitation becomes a stranger to you. May wisdom guide you. May discernment guard you. And may the next step always be visible when your foot is ready to take it. May every door that is meant to open swing wide before you finish knocking. May favor walk into rooms ahead of you and prepare them for your arrival. May the right people cross your path at the right moments. May friendships form that strengthen your calling. May isolation break off your life, and may you find yourself surrounded by souls who see you, truly see you, in the places where you have felt unseen for so long. May provision reach you from directions you never thought to watch. May what you owe shrink and what you carry multiply. May lack become a fading memory and generosity become your daily joy. May you have enough to live, enough to give, and enough left over to be astonished. May the resources that reach your hands match the assignment I have placed on your life. May strength return to your body. May energy be restored to you. May pain lose its grip and healing move through you until you feel the difference, and others ask, what changed? May wholeness define you, in your frame, in your mind, in your heart. May rest actually rest you again. May the ones you love walk into answers you have carried in prayer for years. May old patterns that have troubled your family lose their power, and may blessing take their place. May what I am doing in you become an inheritance that outlives you, reaching people you will never meet, in years you will never see. May your obedience today plant orchards for tomorrow. Let all of that settle on you now. Do not argue with it. Do not inspect it for reasons it cannot be true. Receive it the way ground receives rain, without negotiating. And before I finish, there is something I want to tell you that I do not think you have heard enough. I am proud of you. Not of a performance. Not of the version of you that has everything together. I am proud of the actual you, the one who has walked through a hard season and has not stopped walking. The one who finds the way back to me even when finding the way back takes more effort than it should. The one who is still here, still listening, still believing at some level that this voice is real and this conversation matters. That is not a small thing. Do not let anyone tell you it is a small thing, including your own mind on its worst days. You are still here. That is an act of faith. And it is the act of faith I am answering in this moment. I have not moved away from you in the seasons that felt quiet. I was not further from you in the moments you felt most alone. I was exactly this close the entire time, waiting for the moment you would be still enough to feel it. This is that moment. What I want you to carry out of this is not a temporary lift that fades by morning. I want you to carry a settled knowledge. You are loved with a love that does not move. A love that does not have better days and worse days. A love that does not rise with your progress or fall with your failures. A love that was set on you from the beginning and has not wavered once since. Let that love hold you now. You are safe. You are known. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not too broken for what you have been hoping for. What is coming in your life is better than what the fear has been telling you to expect, and it is closer than you have allowed yourself to believe. The shift is already in motion. The forming season is ending. The fruitful season is beginning. And you are entering it differently than you entered the last one, because something in you has changed, is changing, and will keep changing as you stay close to me. So stay close. That is my final word to you today. Not a task, not a standard to meet, an invitation. Come back to me tomorrow and the day after, in words or in silence, in strength or in weariness. Come as you are, every time. The door between us has no lock on your side to be ashamed of. It stands open. It will always stand open. When the old fear whispers again at 3 a.m, and it may, answer it with what you heard today. Say, I am not forgotten. Say, my door is still open. Say, the one who made me has never once looked away from me. The fear cannot survive in the presence of those words, because those words are true, and it is not. And when the enemy of your soul reminds you of your past, do what my children have always done. Remind him of your future. You are not the person who was left behind. You are the person who was being made ready. There is a difference, and all of heaven knows it, and soon you will know it too. Walk out of this moment lighter than you walked in. Leave here what you have been carrying that was never yours to carry. Take from here what I have spoken, every promise, every declaration, every word of love, and let it work in you quietly through the days ahead. My word is like seed in soil. You will not see it working. And then one morning, you will see nothing but the harvest. I love you, not the cleaned-up version of you. You. As you are where you are, with everything you carry and everything you hope. That has always been true. It will always be true. Nothing you have done and nothing done to you has ever made it less true. Now go into your day and take me with you, because I am going with you either way. This conversation does not end here. It simply changes form. I am in the morning you wake into. I am in the room where the hard thing waits. I am in the quiet at the end of the day. Listen for me. I will not stop speaking to the heart that wants to hear. Say, yes, Lord, I receive it all if you are ready to walk forward with me.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Whatever you were about to do next, let it fall away. Before the sun rose this morning, something shifted concerning you, and I will not let this day pass without you knowing it. I am the Lord your God, and I have interrupted your wandering on purpose. This word is not for the crowd. It is for you alone. You did not stumble into this moment. I drew you here. You have been searching, questioning, crying out in silence, and I heard every word of it. So be still now. Listen closely, because I am about to answer questions you stopped asking out loud a long time ago. I saw you. I need you to understand what I mean when I say that. I saw you sitting alone before facing the day, needing a few more minutes to put on the face that says, everything is fine. I saw the quiet arithmetic you keep doing over what you owe, moving one payment behind another, running numbers that refuse to add up no matter how many times you try. I saw you lying awake in the dark hours, going over what you have again and again, as if the answer might change if you counted one more time. I saw you smile among others while worry twisted inside you. I heard you say the words, "I am fine," while something in you was pleading to be heard. And still you kept showing up. You kept trying. You kept believing a breakthrough was coming, even when every door slammed shut in your face. I heard the midnight prayers that felt like they struck the ceiling and fell back on you. I heard the ones you never finished because you were too tired to find the words. Not one of them was lost. Every whisper rose before me like incense. You were never speaking into an empty room. The exhaustion you have been carrying is not who you are. The sadness that keeps trying to settle into your bones does not belong to you. It came from outside of you, and it has been pressing on you for so long that you began to mistake it for your own nature. Hear me clearly. That weight was never yours, and today I am naming it so you can stop blaming yourself for it. You opened the scriptures hoping for an answer, and the words felt distant and cold. You are not the first of mine to know that silence. Many have cried out from caves and prison floors and dry wilderness places, and they too wondered if I had turned away. I had not turned from them. I have not turned from you. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, and not a year ago. A year ago, you would have taken it as a kind thought and let it go. Now you are worn enough to be honest and hungry enough to hold on. That honesty is not weakness. It is the open door through which I am about to speak. So do not treat these words lightly, for they carry weight you cannot yet measure. If you turn away now, you will walk past the very confirmation you asked me for, the sign you longed to see, the answer you begged me to release. Stay and let me finish what I have started saying to you. I know the battles you have fought that no one else has seen. I know the mornings you forced yourself to stand when your heart felt too weak to keep going. You have been holding on by a thread at times, whispering prayers you feared were too small for heaven to hear. No prayer of yours has ever been too small. I bend low to hear the faintest ones first. My child, I also know what you have been telling yourself in secret, that you are behind, that everyone else is moving forward while you stay stuck in the same place, that maybe you are the reason nothing works. I am telling you now, those words are not mine, and I have never once spoken them over you. What I speak over you sounds different. I say that you are mine. I say that your name is engraved on the palms of my hands, and no delay, no debt, no closed door has ever loosened my grip on you. I say that the long silence you endured was never absence. I was nearer in the silence than you have ever dared to believe. You asked me if your effort was worth anything. You asked if your patience would ever bear fruit. You asked, sometimes in anger, why the road had to be this long. I did not despise a single one of those questions. I gathered them, and I have been holding your answer until this exact moment, when you were finally able to receive it without it crushing you. Something has broken open concerning you. A long chapter is closing, and I have chosen to tell you myself rather than let you discover it slowly. What held you is losing its hold. What blocked you is being moved aside. I am not describing a feeling. I am describing a decision that has already been made in my presence. In the days ahead, you will remember this moment. You will remember that you almost passed it by, and that something made you stay. That something was me. I stopped you here because I have a word to place in your hands, and I intend to finish speaking it over you before this hour ends. So take a breath. Loosen the grip you have been keeping on your own worry. You do not need to hold yourself together while I am speaking, because I am holding you. Let every other voice grow quiet. There is only you and me now, and I have waited a long time for your full attention. Say amen out loud if your heart knows this word is for you. Now let me show you what you have been walking through, because you deserve to understand it. The heaviness of these past years was not bad luck. It was not weakness in you. There has been a long and deliberate opposition arranged against your life, and it worked in the dark precisely so you would blame yourself for its damage. It pressed against your provision. Money that should have reached you was delayed. Expenses appeared at the worst possible moments. The math never worked, and you thought you were failing, when in truth you were under siege. It pressed against your rest. You were pulled from sleep in the smallest hours, and worry was waiting there like an ambush. It knew your weakest hour. It knew which fears to replay in the dark, and it played them over and over until morning. It pressed against your closest bonds. Misunderstandings were stirred where there should have been peace. Distance crept in between you and people you love. You felt alone in rooms full of voices, and you thought something was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. You were being isolated on purpose because you are far less easily defeated when you are not alone. And it pressed against your prayers. Every time you reached for me, a whisper told you the reaching was useless. Every time hope began to rise, a fresh trouble arrived to knock it down. This was not your imagination. You were opposed by something that studied you and feared what you would become. Hear what I am telling you, and let it lift years of false guilt off your shoulders. You were not lazy. You were not cursed by your own failures. You were a target precisely because of what I have placed inside you. The enemy does not lay siege to an empty storehouse. But I want you to understand something greater. All that time, the opposition could only go so far and no further. It pressed you, but it could not crush you. It delayed you, but it could not erase you. There was a boundary drawn around your life that it could never cross, and I was the one who drew it. And now hear the word I stopped you to deliver. The permission that opposition relied upon has ended. Its season is over. In my presence a ruling has been made concerning you, and no power beneath heaven can appeal it. The siege against your provision is broken. The ambush against your rest is disbanded. The wedge driven between you and those you love is being pulled out. I do not send messengers for a matter this close to my heart. I myself have gone ahead of you. I am unlocking what was sealed. I am releasing what was held. I am straightening the road that was made crooked, and I am doing it now, while my voice is still in your ears. Declare, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. You may ask why the opposition was allowed at all. It is a fair question, and I will not shame you for asking it. Understand this much for now. What came against you intended your ruin, but I bent every one of its schemes into your training. It meant to break your faith. Instead, your faith grew roots that storms can no longer reach. Think of what you can carry now that would have flattened you years ago. Think of the bad news you can hear without collapsing. Think of how quickly you return to prayer after a blow that once would have kept you away for months. That steadiness was forged in you during the very years you thought were wasted. Nothing about you was wasted. The one who opposed you understood something you are only now beginning to see. You are dangerous to the darkness. A person who keeps believing after years of resistance is a person who cannot be stopped by ordinary trouble. That is why the pressure on you was never ordinary. It was a measure of your worth, not a measure of your failure. So from this day, refuse the old explanation. When you remember the years of struggle, you will no longer say, "That was the proof that God forgot me." You will say, "That was the siege, and the siege is broken." Words matter, my child. Speak of your past the way I speak of it. and the past will lose its power to poison your future. I want you to notice something else in the days ahead. Burdens you carried for years will begin to feel strangely lighter, and you will wonder if you are imagining it. You are not imagining it. When a siege lifts, the air itself changes. Decisions that once paralyzed you will become simple. Tasks you avoided for months will take an afternoon. Do not credit coincidence for any of it. Coincidence did not endure the dark years with you, and coincidence is not delivering you now. I am. Give me what belongs to me, which is your trust, and I will keep showing you my hand until you can no longer doubt it. There will still be echoes of the old pressure, a bill, a harsh word, a heavy morning. Echoes are not the siege returning. They are the sound of something defeated growing fainter as it leaves. Treat them that way. Do not rebuild your fear around every echo, or you will imprison yourself in a war that has already ended. Instead, when trouble taps on your door, answer it with the ruling I have declared. Say, the permission has ended. Say, my God has gone ahead of me. Say it, even if your voice shakes, because heaven does not measure the steadiness of your voice. It measures the direction of your trust. You have spent years learning what it is to stand under pressure. Now you will learn what it is to walk without it. That will take some getting used to, and I will be patient with you while you learn. But learn it you will, because the next season of your life does not resemble the last one. I have seen to that myself. My child, hear me clearly now, because I am about to say something I have been waiting years to say to you. You finally did it. You reached the place I always knew you would reach. You pushed through storms that were designed to break you, and you did not quit, even when everything around you shouted that quitting was reasonable. You held on when others walked away. You kept moving when your strength was gone and you were running on nothing but stubborn hope. You stood in the fire, and though it burned, you walked out, carrying something the fire could not touch. This moment is not an accident. It is the fruit of your endurance, and I, your God, am proud of you. You thought I was punishing you. I was not. Every trial was shaping something in you that ease could never have built. Every closed door was my hand between you and harm you could not see. I was never against you. I was always for you, even on the days you cursed the road I had you walking. I saw you fight silent battles no one else even noticed. You thought no one cared. I cared. You thought no one was listening. I was listening. In the moments you felt most alone, my presence filled that room, whether you sensed it or not. Now, before I speak of what comes next, I have an instruction for you, and I ask you to receive it with an open heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me take you back down the road you have walked, so you can see that I was there at every step. You have carried pain you never asked to carry. You have felt the sting of betrayal from people you trusted with your whole heart. In those moments you wondered if I had turned away. I never turned away. I stood guard over you in the shadows, even when you thought heaven had gone quiet. The people who left you did not all leave by accident. Some of them had to go, no matter how much it hurt, because their presence in your future would have poisoned what I am preparing for you. You could not see that then. You saw only the empty chair and the unanswered message. But I saw 10 years down the road, and I loved you too much to leave certain doors open. I know the wounds they're leaving left behind. I saw you question your worth because of it. I saw you blame yourself for endings that were never your fault. Hear me now. Their departure was not a verdict on your value. Sometimes I remove people the way a builder removes scaffolding, because the true structure is ready to stand. And the doors that slammed shut, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers at the last moment, the plans that crumbled after you had worked so hard to build them. You asked me why everyone else seemed to move forward while you stood still. My child, those refusals were not rejection. If I had opened certain doors when you begged for them, what waited behind them would have wounded you, not blessed you. There is a timing to every release, and I do not explain it in advance because trust that demands full explanation is not trust at all. But I will tell you this. Not one of those delays was carelessness. Each one was measured. Each one had a purpose you will one day see plainly. And when you see it, you will thank me for every door I refused to open. You also wrestled with doubt, and I want to speak to that directly. You asked God, are you even real? Do you still hear me? Have you forgotten me? I never condemned you for those questions. I saw the weight you carried when you asked them, and I stayed closer to you in those hours than you ever realized. Doubt asked in the dark is still a form of reaching for me. The one who has truly given up does not bother to ask anything at all. You kept asking. That means the thread between us never broke, no matter how thin it felt. I have held my end of that thread through everything, and I am holding it now. Do you remember the nights you sat in the dark and whispered words you thought no one would ever hear? I heard them. You thought you were speaking into emptiness, but those whispers reached my throne before they finished leaving your lips. Even when you said nothing at all, when you only sat in silence because the words had run out, I knew what your heart was asking. I answered some of those silent prayers years ago, in ways you have not yet traced back to me. So let this settle into your soul. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. You were never unloved. Everything you endured has carried you to this exact moment, and this moment is not the end of your story. It is the hinge on which your story turns. I am not honoring you today because you were perfect. You were not, and I have never once required that of you. I am honoring you because you stayed. Because when leaving was easier, you remained. Because when despair made its best argument, you went to sleep, woke up, and tried again. Heaven does not overlook that kind of courage. I certainly have not. There is one more weight I must lift from you before we go forward, and that is the shame you have been carrying in secret. The quiet thought that says, maybe I am the reason nothing works out. Maybe I am the failure. I am telling you today with all the authority of heaven, you are not a failure. You are a fighter who was handed a heavier load than most, and you carried it further than most ever could. Where you saw weakness, I saw someone who kept standing. Where you saw falling apart, I saw someone holding together a life under pressure that would have flattened others. Where you saw yourself overlooked, I saw a servant I was guarding for an appointed hour. You have been telling your own story in the enemy's words. Today, I am giving you mine. Do you remember the times you smiled in front of everyone, then came home and collapsed, your soul aching with questions you could not put into words? I was there in that room, when you laid your head down and whispered, God, just give me one reason to keep going. I became the reason. Every morning you woke up after a night you thought you would not survive. That was my hand lifting you. Now listen carefully. for I am declaring something new over your life. The waiting season you have carried for so long has come to an end. The long cycle of not yet and maybe later has finished. I say it with all authority. The chapter is closed. You have crossed over. I am the one who opens doors no man can shut. And I tell you today, I have opened such a door for you. It was not built by human hands, and no power on earth can pull it closed. It is not luck. It is not coincidence. I carved this door into your story long ago, and now I have swung it wide, and I am inviting you to walk through it. For every door that slammed in your face, for every chance that was stolen by delay, I now set before you an entrance that cannot be taken away. You do not need to force it. You do not need to beg at it. It is already unlocked. Your part is only to rise and step through it with boldness. And hear this, because it matters to you more than you admit. Your victory will not be hidden this time. For years your triumphs were quiet, known only to you and to me. Now I will make your turning visible. Those who doubted you will see it. Those who questioned your faith will see it. Those who decided you would never rise will stand as witnesses to what my hand has done in you. Do you remember whispering to yourself, "When will it be my turn?" My child, this is your turn. This is your moment. The door I have opened is not small, and it is not fragile. What flows through it will not be a brief relief that fades by winter. It is a lasting change in the direction of your life. I am restoring years that felt stolen from you. I am multiplying what was broken down to almost nothing, and I am doing it in such a way that when it unfolds, no honest observer will be able to explain it apart from me. That is deliberate. Your life is about to become an argument that I keep my word. You sowed in sorrow, season after season, with no harvest in sight. Now you will reap in joy. You endured the silence. Now you will hear celebration where there was mourning. You stood in faith when there was no evidence on the table. Now I will set evidence before you until your hands lift on their own in awe. What I do in this season will also silence the old lies. Every voice that said you were forgotten will be answered, not by your arguing, but by the plain sight of my faithfulness resting on your life. You will not need to defend yourself. Your circumstances will speak, and they will speak clearly. So step forward. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Do not let fear grab your ankle at the last moment and whisper that this is all too good, that words like these are for other people. You have been strengthened for this exact door. You are not too late. You are not unworthy. This is not a trick, and it is not a test. It is my promise arriving. I know that after years of disappointment, hope itself can feel dangerous. You learned to keep your expectations low so that life could not hurt you again. That habit protected you once. It cannot come with you through this door. On the other side, you will need the courage to expect good things again, and I will teach it back to you gently, one fulfilled promise at a time. Start small if you must. Expect me in one thing this week. Place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. When I answer, mark it. Let that answer become a stone of remembrance and build on it. This is how a heart that was taught to brace itself learns instead to stand up straight. And when you walk through this door, do not look back over your shoulder as if the old season might chase you down and reclaim you. It cannot. A closed chapter has no authority over an open one. I have placed the ending myself, and what I end stays ended. And do not wait until you feel worthy to begin walking. Worthiness was never the price of entry. I open this door because of who I am and because of what I have decided concerning you. Your feelings will catch up to the truth in time. Until they do, let the truth lead and let the feelings follow behind. Lift your head, my child. Straighten your back. You have spent enough years walking with your eyes on the ground, braced for the next blow. The next steps you take will be different, because the ground itself has changed. You are not walking toward the promise anymore. You are walking in it. Now let me show you what I am placing in your hands, so you will recognize each blessing as it arrives and know exactly where it came from. These are not small things. They are not passing kindnesses. They are lasting portions, and I have set 5 of them aside with your name on each one. First, I am giving you peace, not the fragile calm the world offers, the kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. My peace, the kind that stands guard over your mind like a soldier at a gate. You once lay awake dreading tomorrow. Now when your head touches the pillow, my peace will meet you there, and rest will stop being a battle. Where confusion ruled, clarity will guide you. Where fear whispered, courage will answer. This peace does not depend on your circumstances improving first. It arrives before the circumstances change, which is how you will know it is mine. The world's calm follows good news. My peace walks ahead of it. Second, I am bringing provision. The days of counting what you have and finding it lacking are closing. I fed my people with bread from the sky in a wilderness where nothing grew. I took a few loaves and small fish and fed thousands with baskets left over. I have not changed. What is in your hands right now looks small to you. Place it in mine and see what I make of it. Do not fear lack anymore. Fear of lack is a habit from the siege years, and the siege is over. I will supply what you need, and beyond that, I will surprise you. Provision will arrive from directions you never mapped, through hands you never expected, at moments so precise that you will laugh at the timing. That laugh will be worship, and I will receive it gladly. Third, restoration. What was lost, what was torn, what was broken while you were too tired to defend it, I am restoring. Joy will move back into the rooms where sorrow lived. Bonds that were wounded will be healed, some of them so completely that the wound itself becomes a place of unusual strength. Nothing is too broken for me to rebuild. Nothing has drifted so far that I cannot return it. Even the years themselves I will redeem. You have grieved the time you think you lost, the seasons that seem to produce nothing. But I waste nothing, not even the barren stretches. A field left fallow is not a dead field. It is a field gathering richness for a harvest the constantly worked ground could never yield. You are about to harvest from years you had written off. Fourth, healing. For your body, worn down by carrying tension it was never meant to hold. For your mind, tired of running the same anxious circles. For your heart, still tender in places you do not let anyone touch. I am the one who binds up the brokenhearted, and I am attending to you personally, not sending the work to another. Where sickness drained your strength, renewal is coming. Where grief pressed you down, I am lifting. You will notice it in small ways first. A morning without the familiar dread. A memory that surfaces without the old sting. Breath that comes easier. Do not dismiss those small mercies. They are the first drops before rain. Fifth, joy. Real joy. Not the thin kind that evaporates when trouble returns. This joy is rooted in my love which does not move, so it will hold in every weather, You will laugh again without checking over your shoulder. You will find yourself singing at odd moments and wonder where the song came from. It came from me. It was always yours. It is simply coming home. Speak the words, "I receive it," if your hands are open today. Understand, my child, why this outpouring comes now. Your perseverance positioned you for it. Many gave up in the middle of the road. You did not. Many turned back when the way grew dark. You pressed on. Because you stayed, because you endured, because you kept rising, you are standing exactly where the rain is about to fall. The miracle you thought was delayed was never sitting idle. It was a seed beneath the soil the whole time. While you saw nothing but bare ground, roots were spreading deep and a foundation was forming in secret. What you prayed for in hiddenness is now breaking the surface, and what breaks the surface after that kind of rooting does not wither easily. And these 5 portions are not for a moment. They are the opening of a new chapter, not a brief festival before the old life resumes. You will walk in peace daily. You will live in provision without the old dread. You will carry restoration and healing that others can feel when they stand near you. You will overflow with a joy that cannot be explained by your circumstances. That overflow has a purpose beyond you. Others will notice the change and ask, "How did you make it through? How are you standing? What happened to you?" And you will point to me. Your life will become a doorway through which weary people find their way back to hope. I am blessing you in a manner designed to spill over, because that is how my kingdom moves through the earth. You will be a bearer of peace to the troubled, a voice of courage to the ones about to quit, living proof to the hurting that I still heal, still restore, still lift up those who refuse to let go of me. This is part of why you were allowed to walk so hard a road. No one learns to carry water for others in a land where it has never been scarce. So lift your hands and receive all 5 portions without apology. You do not need to earn them now. The staying was the sowing, and this is the harvest. I, the Lord your God, am faithful, and I keep every promise I make. This is your season of blessing. Take it from my hand. Now that I have opened the door and named the blessings, I must also prepare you, because every new season carries both promise and danger. What I am placing in your hands is powerful, and powerful things must be guarded. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because a shepherd who sees the wolf and says nothing loves no one. Be careful first of pride. When the change in your life becomes visible, when people begin to notice and ask questions, a quiet voice will suggest, "You did this yourself." Your grit, your cleverness, your endurance. There is a grain of truth in it, which is what makes it dangerous. Yes, you endured, but it was my strength that held you together when yours ran out, and my hand that opened what no effort of yours could unlock. Remember the source, and the blessing keeps its sweetness. Forget the source, and the same blessing turns heavy and hollow in your hands. Stay low in your own eyes, and I will keep lifting you higher. That is not a threat. It is simply how weight is carried safely. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree can stand without breaking. Be careful next of fear. When I bless you, the whisper will change its approach. It will stop saying, "This will never happen," and start saying, "This will never last." What if it is taken away? What if you were never meant to have it? Fear always aims at the newest thing I have given, because new things have not yet grown their defenses. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. I have given you power and love and a sound mind. So when the what-ifs rise, do not negotiate with them. Answer them out loud with what I have said. What my hand gives, no thief can carry off. Fear will shrink a blessing if you feed it. Faith will enlarge the same blessing if you feed that instead. You choose the table. Guard also your tongue, and hear me carefully here, because few understand this. Not everything I give you is meant to be announced right away. Some blessings must stay hidden for a season, like a root taking hold, so they can grow strong before they are exposed to other eyes. Announced too soon, they draw envy, doubt, and interference before they can stand on their own. Remember Joseph. He told his dream to his brothers before its time, and the telling stirred a hatred that cost him years in a pit and a prison. I still kept every word of that dream, but the road there was made harder by an early announcement. Not everyone at your table can celebrate your rising. Some will misunderstand it. A few will quietly work against it. So keep certain things between you and me until I show you the moment to speak. This is not dishonesty. It is stewardship. Silence, rightly used, is a shield around a young harvest. When the blessing is strong enough to stand in the open, I myself will give you the words and the moment, and then no tongue will be able to talk it down. Stay close to me in prayer, closer than ever. Here is a trap that catches many in seasons of increase. The busyness of the blessing slowly crowds out the presence of the one who gave it. The struggling soul prays daily out of need. The blessed soul can drift for weeks without noticing. Do not let what I give you become the very thing that pulls you from me. Prayer keeps your spirit sharp and your heart in line with mine. When you pray, you return to the source and drink. When prayer fades, other voices grow louder, and you begin to take direction from your worries again. Come to me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Come at night before sleep takes you. Even a few honest words keep the road between us worn smooth. Remain in gratitude as well. It is a strange weakness of the human heart that it can pray for something for 10 years, receive it, and within a season treat it as ordinary. Do not let familiarity steal the wonder of what I am doing. Thank me for the small things as quickly as the great ones. A grateful heart never runs dry because gratitude keeps the gate open through which more arrives. And above all, stay in faith. There will still be days of testing in this new season. Not the old siege, but the ordinary weather of a living faith. On those days, doubt will offer its old argument one more time. Let your answer be settled in advance. Faith is your anchor now. The same faith that carried you through the years of waiting. It did not retire when the waiting ended. It simply changed assignments. Faith is not seeing everything clearly. It is trusting the one who does. When you cannot trace my hand, trust my heart. When you do not understand my timing, remember its record. It has never once failed you, even in the years when you were certain it had. You have the proof of that now. Carry the proof with you into every dark day ahead, and no dark day will keep you. I entrust more to you now than you have ever carried, and with more comes greater keeping. Guard your heart, guard your words, guard the quiet place where you and I meet. Not everyone around you will understand the season you are in, and you are not required to make them understand. Let your life do the explaining in due time. Treasure what I place in your hands. Water it with prayer. Surround it with gratitude. Shield it with humility, and grow it with faith. Do this, and the blessing will not only remain, it will multiply until it overflows the borders of your own life and runs into the lives of everyone I send near you. That overflow is my plan, and I am not hiding it from you. You are blessed in order to become a blessing, and I have chosen you for both. One more preparation, and then I will speak of the surprise I have been saving for the end. In the days just ahead, do not be startled if resistance flares one last time. A defeated enemy rarely leaves quietly. There may be a sudden quarrel over something small, an unexpected expense, a wave of heaviness or doubt that seems to arrive from nowhere. This is not the siege returning. This is the noise of a retreat. When it comes, do not panic and do not despair. Recognize it, name it, and answer it out loud. Say, I know what this is, and it has no claim on me anymore. The permission has ended, and my God walks ahead of me. Then continue on your way. Opposition that is answered calmly loses its power twice as fast, because its only real weapon was your fear. Now, my child, let me set two roads before you, because what you do with this word will decide which one you travel. On the first road you let this hour fade. You are stirred today, but by tomorrow the old voice returns, whispering that words like these are for other people, and you agree with it out of habit. Months from now you are still circling the same worries, still braced for the next blow, wondering why nothing shifted. On the second road you take me at my word. You rise tomorrow and speak of your past the way I have spoken of it tonight. You place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. You guard the blessing. Stay near me in prayer and step through the door I have opened without looking over your shoulder. On that road, months from now, your own life has become the evidence, and the people around you are asking what changed. The two roads are real, and the choosing is happening now, not someday. Choose the second road, not because I demand it coldly, but because everything in me longs to see you walk it, and everything I have prepared is waiting along its way. And now, the surprise. It is not a possession, though provision is coming. It is not a single answered request, though answers are already in motion. The surprise is this: you were never forgotten. Not for 1 hour of one day of all those years. Every prayer you thought had gone unanswered was being kept, the way a faithful steward keeps an inheritance until the heir comes of age. The nights you felt abandoned, I was in the room. The delays that broke your heart were my hand holding back what would have harmed you. The doors that closed were my mercy wearing a disguise you could not recognize at the time. You believed you were fighting alone, and the whole time heaven was arranged around you like an army you could not see. Even when my silence felt like absence, it was nearer to a held breath. There is a kind of quiet that comes before a great unveiling, when everything is prepared, and the only thing remaining is the right moment. You have been living inside that quiet. It was never emptiness. It was the stillness of a table already set, waiting for you to be brought to it. The breakthrough you begged for was not withheld out of reluctance. It was held in trust until you stood where receiving it would establish you instead of scattering you. Not perfect, for I never required perfection. Positioned, ready in the way that matters. And here you are, and here it is. And this meeting of the two is what I have been arranging all along. So receive it. Stop analyzing whether a word this kind could truly be for you. Stop demanding one more proof before you let yourself hope. Open your hands. Open your heart. Receive the turning that is already in motion, the ruling already declared, the door already open, the 5 portions already set aside with your name on them. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened. And know this as you go: you will not walk into the new season alone. I did not carry you through the fire only to release you at the edge of the garden. As I was with you in the trial, I will be with you in the blessing. Closer, in fact, because you now know my voice in a way that only the long road could teach you. You once worried about what tomorrow would bring. Let that worry retire now. I hold tomorrow already. Every path you will walk, I have walked ahead of you. Every trouble you will meet, I have already overcome. What look like open questions to you are settled answers in my plan. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and nothing about your life is uncertain to me. Your story will not end in silence or in shame. I promise you that. The battles you thought would bury you will become the proof of my faithfulness, told in your own voice. The scars you carry will speak louder than arguments ever could, telling everyone who hurts that I heal, that I restore, that I lift up those who hold on to me. People will wonder how you are still standing, and standing with joy. And you will say, "It was the Lord. It was always the Lord." That is why you were chosen for this road, not as punishment, as trust. I needed a life that could carry this testimony without breaking under it, and I found that life in you. What you endured privately will now speak publicly, and many who are ready to give up will keep going because they heard what I did for you. So go now into what I have prepared, and go unafraid. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who has heard from heaven. When the old thoughts knock, let the new word answer. When the door stands before you, walk through it without apology, because the one who opened it is walking through it with you. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, fragile and passing, but mine, deep and unmoved. Carry it into your home. Carry it into your work. Carry it into every room that once knew your worry, and let it change the air of your whole life. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I loved you through the years you felt unlovable, and I will love you through every year that remains and beyond them all. Nothing you did made me begin, and nothing you could do would make me stop. This is the ground you stand on now. It does not shake. The waiting is over. The door is open. The blessing is released, and I myself go with you. Rise, my child, and walk into it. Declare, "I trust you, Lord," if you believe this word belongs to your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, the day did not have to bring you to this moment. You could have kept moving, kept filling the hours with everything that calls for your attention. But something held you here. Something in you paused, settled, and said, "Listen, that was not your own idea. That was me. I am speaking to you now, not to a crowd, not to a general audience, to you exactly as you are in this hour, with whatever is sitting heavy in your chest, with whatever questions have been circling in your mind, with whatever hope you have been afraid to voice out loud in case it fell apart again. I am speaking directly into that place. The weight you have been carrying is not invisible to me. You have walked into this moment carrying more than most people around you realize. You have been managing things that have no easy name. Worries that begin the moment your eyes open in the morning. A fatigue that sleep alone cannot fix. A quietness inside you where something used to live. You have been surviving, my child, at a level far below what I created you for. And part of you already knows this. Do not brush past that knowing. That ache is not weakness. That recognition, the sense that something is not right, that life should not feel this heavy, that you were made for more than what you have been enduring. That is your soul telling the truth. And I am not offended by it. I am answering it. I did not create you for this weight. I created you for peace. not the shallow kind that arrives when problems resolve and leaves the moment they return, but the deep kind, the settled kind, the kind that holds firm when circumstances do not change, because it is rooted in me rather than in what surrounds you. You have been looking for that peace in outcomes, in people, in the resolution of things that have not yet resolved. And when those places failed to hold it, you pushed on, and you are still here. But hear me clearly now. I did not bring you to this moment to tell you to push through again. I brought you here to tell you something has changed. Declare your amen if you believe this word is reaching your spirit today. My child, there is a place within you that is quieter than thought, deeper than emotion, beyond the reach of the noise that has surrounded you for so long. That place has always known my voice, even in the seasons when your mind was too crowded to hear it clearly. And I am speaking to that place right now, not from a distance, not from somewhere above the details of your life, but from right here, closer to you than you are to your own breath. You have carried the impression that I am somewhere beyond your reach, that to find me you must first get your life in order, or your faith stronger, or your heart cleaner, that my closeness is something you must earn, rather than something you may simply receive. My child, that impression was never true. I did not make you fight your way to me. I came to you. I have always come to you. Not because your belief was steady enough, or your prayers eloquent enough, or your record clean enough. I came because you are mine, and I do not abandon what belongs to me. Something drew you to this moment. You may call it chance, or idle drifting, or the restless movement of a tired mind. But I tell you, nothing that brings a heart closer to my voice is accidental. I arranged this. I placed this in your path at this hour, not as a coincidence, but as an appointment. Heaven does not deal in coincidence when it comes to the ones it loves. The world around you is loud. It fills every available space with urgency and noise and the constant measuring of your life against lives that are not yours. It takes the quiet places and crowds them before you can rest in them. And you have been living inside that noise for a long time. So long that stillness has begun to feel unfamiliar. So long that a moment of quiet sometimes seems like something has gone wrong. But nothing has gone wrong. Stillness is where I have been waiting for you. It is where I speak without competition. It is where the truth of what I have declared over your life can finally reach you without being drowned out. So stay here with me. Let this moment become more than words passing through a tired mind. Let it become a meeting. Let what I am speaking go down into the places where you have been running on empty, into the parts of you that have been quietly losing their grip on hope. I have something to say to those places, and what I say to them today is going to change how you walk forward from this hour. My beloved child, every road you have traveled, every season that shaped you, every detour you did not choose, every chapter you would not have written for yourself, has been moving within my sight. I have not lost track of you. I have not set you aside and forgotten to return. You have been before me all along, even in the moments when you were most certain you were invisible. You were never invisible. You have never been invisible. You did not arrive here by accident. Heaven called you here. And heaven calls you because something in your life is about to shift. Stay with me. There is more I need you to hear. My child, the noise of the world does not only live outside you, it takes up residence within you. The unresolved arguments, the old memories that replay without invitation, the fear that knows exactly when to speak. You have been listening to those voices for so long, they have begun to sound like reason. They have begun to sound like wisdom. But I tell you now, not every voice that speaks loudly is telling the truth, and not every voice that speaks quietly should be dismissed. I have been speaking quietly. I have been the still presence beneath the restlessness. I have been the peace that kept returning even when you expected it to give up on you. I have been steady in every season you have walked through, and I am steady now. My child, I want to teach you something about how I speak, because there is a lie you have absorbed from the world around you. A lie that says a voice must be loud to be trustworthy, that power must announce itself, that divine authority should rattle the room and leave no room for doubt. You have been waiting for a voice like thunder, but I often come like the light that enters a room before dawn fully arrives. Not dramatic, not loud, just present and growing. The prophet stood at the mountain. Before me there came wind violent enough to tear the rocks apart. There was shaking. There was fire. And after all of that passed, my voice came in a sound so still and gentle, it could only be heard by a heart that was genuinely listening. Not the wind, not the earthquake, not the fire, a gentle whisper. I was not absent from the storm, but I was not contained in it. I was in the whisper. My beloved child, I am not withholding the thunder because I lack authority. I come gently because I respect the soul I am speaking to. I do not need to overwhelm you to reach you. I do not need to shake the ground beneath your feet to prove I am near. The deepest room in you does not open to force. It opens to love. And love knows how to enter quietly. This is why I am asking you to slow down. Not as punishment, not as delay, but because the place where I meet you most deeply is not on the surface of a rushing life. It is in the still room beneath the movement, where your defenses come down, where the performance stops, where you no longer need to hold the shape of someone who is coping. That room is where I do my most real work. And that is where I am meeting you right now. There is something I want to show you. A quiet night long ago, and a young heart learning for the first time that heaven calls by name. The boy Samuel was resting in the temple. The lamp had not gone out. The house was still. And in that stillness, I called his name. I did not call him into a crowd. I did not begin in spectacle or noise. I came in the ordinary dark of a sleeping house when everything was quiet enough for a single name to matter. My child, that is often how I begin. In hidden places, when no one else is watching. When the soul is quiet enough to be interrupted by something that doesn't belong to the ordinary world. When Samuel heard my call, he did not understand it immediately. He ran to Eli thinking a human voice had spoken. He heard correctly, but his interpretation was still forming. And here is what I want you to see. I did not abandon him because he got it wrong the first time. I called again and again. Each time he rose, each time he returned confused, something in him was being drawn nearer to recognition. The call was not wasted just because it was not immediately understood. My beloved child, I have been calling you in ways you have not always recognized, through a quiet conviction that returned when you tried to silence it, through a door that closed and would not reopen no matter how hard you pressed against it, through a peace that stayed in you during a season that had no logical reason to produce peace, through a sense of longing, not for things, but for something more real than what the world had been offering you. That was my voice, not speaking in language, but speaking through your life. Do not be hard on yourself for the times you mistook my voice for something else. Samuel was in the temple, close to me, and he still needed 3 calls before he understood. A listening heart grows through the calling, not only at the point of recognition. There is something holy about becoming available before you know what will be required of you. Many only want to hear from me if the answer confirms what they already desire. Many say they want direction, but they resist the quiet place where direction is actually given. They want a voice that fits their schedule and their expectations. But I do not bend my voice to meet your expectations. I invite your heart to come and meet me where I already am. Samuel's simple response changed everything, not because the sentence was impressive, "Speak, Lord, for I am listening," but because his heart became genuinely available. He was not performing. He was not pretending certainty he did not have. He was a young heart in the dark saying, "I am here, speak." That was enough. My child, that same availability is enough from you. You do not need to arrive at me with polished words or unwavering certainty or a faith that has never stumbled. You need only to become present. A whispered yes can open what years of striving could not. A sincere "here I am" can become the beginning of a new chapter in your life. The path that Samuel walked, the path of learning to hear, learning to trust, learning to carry the word that was given to him, began in one quiet night with one honest response. Your path forward is no different. It begins not with more effort, but with more surrender. It begins not with getting louder, but with becoming still enough to receive what I have already been speaking. My beloved child, peace is often the doorway through which clarity comes. When your heart is frantic, every option looks like danger. But when my peace enters, the path does not always become easier, yet it becomes clearer. You begin to sense what is aligned with my character. You begin to recognize the difference between holy conviction and tormenting accusation. You begin to understand which voice is mine. I am teaching you to hear me. I am teaching you to trust the quiet. I am teaching you to wait in stillness without calling it abandonment. This is not a small lesson. It is the foundation of everything else I want to build in your life. My child, now I need to speak to something you have been carrying alone. Something you have not fully put into words, not even to yourself, because putting it into words would make it more real than you have had the strength to face. But I see it. I have always seen it. You have lived inside a weight that most people around you did not recognize. Not because they were cruel, though some were, but because the heaviest burdens are often the invisible ones. The ones that do not show on the outside. The ones you learn to cover with a steady voice and a managed expression, and the practiced art of seeming fine when you were not fine at all. I watched you do it. Day after day, I watched you walk into rooms carrying more than anyone in those rooms understood. I watched you answer questions about how you were doing with words that were true enough to say, but not true enough to satisfy the deeper question. I watched you smile when your chest was tight. I watched you give when you were already empty. I watched you encourage others during seasons when you were quietly losing your own footing. My child, I am not telling you this to make you feel exposed. I am telling you because I want you to know. Nothing you were carrying was hidden from me. Not the weight of the nights when your thoughts would not quiet. Not the grief you carried for things you could not explain to anyone because you were not sure anyone would understand. Not the loneliness that sat beside you even in rooms full of people. Not the low, persistent ache of a life that felt like it was supposed to be something more than what it had become. I know how many mornings you woke already tired. Not tired from lack of sleep, but tired from the effort of holding everything together. The effort of managing fear, managing disappointment, managing the gap between the life you were living and the life your spirit knew was possible. That kind of tired goes all the way down. It is not fixed by a night of rest or a change of scenery. It is fixed only by what I am bringing to you now. And I want you to know something else. The battles you fought inside yourself, the ones no one saw, the ones that left no visible mark, those were real battles. They cost you something. The courage it took to keep moving when you felt like stopping. The strength it took to trust when trust had been broken. The hope it took to hold on when holding on felt like the least sensible thing you could do. None of that was small. Heaven witnessed it. And heaven does not witness things and forget them. Say, I receive, if you believe heaven has been watching over your life. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. My child, there were moments you came very close to giving up, not in a way that announced itself, but in a quiet, interior way. The slow withdrawal of hope, the gradual dimming of expectation, the almost imperceptible shrinking of what you allowed yourself to believe was possible for your life. You didn't tell anyone, but I felt it. I felt every small retreat, every quiet surrender, every moment your spirit said, perhaps this is all there is for me. And every time you reached that place, I stepped in, not always visibly, not always in a way you could point to and call miraculous. Sometimes it was as small as a breath of calm that came when the panic should have increased. Sometimes it was a word from someone who could not have known what you needed to hear, and yet somehow said it. Sometimes it was a moment of unexpected peace that had no logical explanation given everything that was happening around you. That was me, moving in the hidden places, refusing to let you fall past the point of return. You thought you kept going because of some resilience buried inside you, and you are not wrong. That resilience is real. But it was sustained by something more than your own reserves. I held you when your own strength ran out. I carried parts of your life that you did not know I was carrying. I walked into places in your story that you thought you were walking alone, and I walked them with you. Nothing you endured was watched from a distance. Not one moment of your breaking was observed without my presence beside you. I did not stand apart and simply record your suffering. I was in it with you. And because I was in it with you, it did not destroy you. It bent you in ways that cost you greatly. But it did not break you completely. And that was not luck. That was me. My child, you carried responsibilities that were too heavy for one heart. You carried pain from people who should have known better. You carried guilt over things that were never your fault, and shame over seasons you did not choose. All of it layered itself over your spirit until you could not fully remember what it felt like to move lightly through a day. And still, you kept showing up. Still, you kept trying. Still, you kept giving to others what you were struggling to give to yourself. I saw the courage in that. Not the loud, visible courage that the world celebrates, but the quiet, daily courage of someone who keeps choosing to live with integrity when it would be easier not to. That kind of courage matters to me. It does not go unseen in heaven, even when it goes unseen on earth. I am not done with your story. I have never been done with your story. and what I am preparing to do next in your life will make sense of much that you have been carrying, not because suffering is meant to be romanticized, but because nothing you have walked through has left my hands without being shaped into something that will serve you. The hardest chapters of your life are not the final word. They are the ground that something new is being built upon. My child, I need you to hear what I am about to say, not with the surface of your mind, with the deep place within you that I have been drawing close throughout this moment, because what I am about to declare over your life is not a comfort offered to make the present easier. It is a statement of what heaven has already decided. The season that has been wearing you down is over. Not eventually, not when circumstances shift, not when the right doors open or the right people arrive or the right amount of time has passed. Over. The long chapter that drained your strength, confused your direction, and made you question things you should never have had to question. That chapter has reached its appointed end. I am closing it myself, and what I close, nothing and no one on earth or beneath it can reopen. You may ask me, how can you say it is finished when I can still feel the weight of it? And I will answer you with truth. Things end in the unseen before they end in the felt. A season closes in heaven before the soul on earth is caught up to it. Freedom is declared in the spiritual world before it manifests fully in the physical one. You have already stepped out of what was holding you. Your spirit is ahead of your emotions right now. Your emotions are adjusting to a reality that heaven has already sealed. The moment I spoke these words, the grip of that season loosened. The moment I declared the shift, the darkness lost its authority over this chapter of your life. You are catching up to something heaven has already done. My child, no old battle will follow you into what I am opening next. What tried to destroy you in the season behind you has no access to the one I am stepping you into. The fear that chained your thinking, the confusion that clouded your purpose, the heaviness that sat on your chest in the night, none of it has been given permission to cross into your new beginning. I have put a wall between your yesterday and your tomorrow, a wall built not by your effort, but by my word. And my word stands. The relationships that drained you will not enter. The cycles that left you exhausted will not repeat. The voices that lied to you about your worth, your future, your place in this world, those voices have been cut off from you. Not every ending you experienced was a loss. Some of what fell away was removed precisely because it could not have traveled with you where I am taking you. I was clearing the road before you knew the road was changing. There were things you mourned that I removed on purpose. Opportunities that died, doors that shut, paths that closed even when you pushed against them with everything you had. You stood before those closures in grief and in confusion. You asked me why. You asked why the thing you worked toward or prayed for or invested in would not remain. And I am telling you now, those endings were not failures. They were directions. I was not withholding good from you. I was protecting you from what would have kept you from the better thing I had already prepared. My beloved child, a pruned branch does not look blessed. It looks cut. It looks set back. It looks like loss. But pruning is not punishment. It is preparation for a fruit that the unpruned branch could not have carried. You have been pruned, and now you will bear what you could not have borne before. The enemy tried to make you read those endings as rejection. He tried to make you interpret my redirections as evidence that you were not wanted, not worthy, not chosen. He fed you the lie that the closed doors were confirmation of your worst fears about yourself. But not one of those closed doors was rejection from me. Every one of them was protection. I saw what was on the other side that you did not see, and I loved you enough to say no, even when you were asking with everything in you. My child, this is what I need you to carry forward. I am not a God who ignores the details of your life. I am not distant and indifferent to what happens in your days. I am present in the specific moments, in the specific doors, in the specific relationships and seasons and choices that have shaped where you stand today. Nothing was random. Nothing was left to chance. And none of it, not even the most painful part of it, happened outside of my awareness or beyond the reach of my redemption. The old season is finished. Your spirit knows it, even if your mind is still adjusting. Something has already shifted. The ground beneath you is not the same ground it was before this moment began. You are standing right now at the beginning of something new. And the new thing I build in your life will not resemble the ruins of what the old season left behind. It will be built on foundations the old season could not shake, because I am the one laying them. My beloved child, when heaven decides something concerning a life, earth moves to align with that decision. That is not a metaphor. That is how my authority works. I did not create you and then step back from the details. I am actively present in the story of your life, and I am active in this moment. I am declaring an end to what has been holding you, and I am declaring a beginning to what I have been preparing for you. You walked through a long night, but the night has an end. The morning I am releasing into your life is not the fragile kind that fades when the next difficulty arrives. It is a morning that changes the quality of everything that follows. It is a morning built on the truth of what I have declared over you, and that truth does not change with the weather of circumstances. Walk forward from this moment differently. Walk forward knowing that the chapter behind you has been closed by my hand. Walk forward knowing that what you are stepping into was not assembled in a hurry. I have been preparing this for longer than you have been waiting for it. And it is ready, and you are ready, even if readiness does not feel the way you thought it would. My child, I want to lift something for you now, something that will change the way you understand the battles you have walked through, because you have been carrying a story about those battles that is not fully true. And a false story about your suffering shapes how you see yourself, how you see the future, and how much you allow yourself to hope. The truth is this: you were not attacked because you were weak. You were attacked because you carry something that darkness feared. Let that settle for a moment. The pressure that came against your mind, the thoughts that told you that you were not enough, that tried to convince you to quit, that planted fear in places where I had planted purpose. That was not random. The waves of confusion that rose at the exact moments you were beginning to make progress. The sudden storms that broke out right when something good was forming in your life. Those were not coincidences. The timing of your hardest seasons was deliberate, and the deliberateness was not from me. It was from the one who saw what I placed in you and wanted to stop it before it could rise. The enemy is not stupid, my child. He does not waste energy on lives that have no impact. He does not fight what poses no threat. He targets what carries real potential and real light. And he targeted you. He saw the calling on your life before you fully understood it. He saw the person you were becoming through the refining of those difficult seasons. He saw the strength that was forming in you. He saw the wisdom that was developing in the places that hurt the most. He saw the compassion that was growing because you had walked through your own darkness and survived it. And all of that frightened him, because someone with your story, who has been through what you have been through, and still believes, still reaches for hope, still refuses to become hard, that person carries a dangerous kind of light. You thought you were barely surviving those seasons. You thought you were failing because the weight never seemed to lift fast enough, because the answers did not come when you asked for them, because the battles went on longer than you thought you could endure. But I tell you now, you were not failing. You were overcoming. And the enemy fought you hardest in those moments because he knew how close you were to breaking through to the place he never wanted you to reach. My child, in your most difficult seasons, heaven was fighting for you in ways you could not see. When fear pressed against your mind in the night, something held the line. When hopelessness tried to take root in your spirit, something in you remained that would not let it fully settle. When the darkness tried to convince you that your story was over, something kept you reaching. That was not only your will, that was my hand. Angels moved on your behalf. Paths of destruction were blocked before they reached you. Moments that were aimed at your breaking were redirected. You walked through some seasons without knowing how many things were being held back from you that were meant to do far more damage. You did not fall because heaven refused to let you fall. You thought it was your own endurance, and your endurance was real. But beneath it, sustaining it, was my protection. You were covered in seasons you did not know you were covered. Declare, I am chosen, if this truth is reaching a place in you that needed it. My beloved child, the attacks came against your mind. Thoughts that questioned your identity, your worth, your right to hope. The enemy knows that a person who does not know who they are is a person who cannot fully walk in what they were created for. So he aimed at the root. He aimed at your sense of self. He tried to make you forget who you are by burying the truth of it under enough pain, enough disappointment, enough silence, that the truth became hard to feel, even if you still believed it. But identity is not determined by how clearly you can feel it. Your identity was set by me, and what I set does not dissolve, because life became difficult. You are still who I said you are. Every season of confusion, every chapter of pain, every voice that tried to name you by your losses and your failures, none of it changed the name I placed on you. You are mine. That has not shifted, not 1 degree. The attacks also came against your relationships. People who should have been safe became sources of wounding. Trust was broken in places where trust should have been protected. Community failed you in moments when community was most needed, and I know how much that cost you. I know how the wounds from people who were supposed to love you well go deeper than wounds from strangers. I know how they change the way you approach trust after the fact. But hear me on this. I have not left your relational life in ruins. The relationships that were removed from you, whether by betrayal or simply by the natural ending of seasons, those removals were not the final word on what is possible for you in love and in friendship and in belonging. I am building something new in that area of your life too. What I am bringing to you will not replicate the pain of what you lost. It will be built on different ground, steadier ground, ground I have prepared. Every attack that came against you missed its ultimate target. You are still here. You are still standing. You are still believing. And the life I have called you toward is not only still possible, it is now more possible, because of what you have walked through and survived. My child, I want to take you somewhere now, into a place most people resist going, because it requires looking at your story differently than pain has trained you to look at it. I want to show you the underside of the things you thought were losses. I want to show you what my hand was doing in the seasons that felt like silence. You have prayed prayers that were not answered the way you asked. You know this. There were specific requests, specific pleas, specific moments when you laid something before me and waited, and the answer that came back was not the one you needed it to be. And you interpreted those moments as evidence of one thing: that I was not listening, or that I was listening but did not care enough to act, or that something in you made you unworthy of the answer you were asking for. All of those interpretations were wrong. I want to correct them now. When I did not answer a prayer the way you asked, it was not because I was absent. It was because I was active, but in a different direction than the one you were pointing. My silence was not indifference. My silence was strategy. My no was not rejection. My no was protection. There were relationships you wanted to keep that I allowed to end. You prayed for them to be restored. You believed with real faith that things could change. And they did not change, not in the way you prayed. And you grieved that. You may still grieve it. But my child, if you could have seen what I saw, you would have wept with relief that those things ended. You were asking me to preserve something that would have cost you more than you could afford to spend. You were asking from the place of what you knew. I was deciding from the place of what I saw. And what I saw required a no. Those closed doors were not evidence of my distance. They were evidence of my nearness. I was close enough to your story to see what you could not see. I was active enough in your life to move things before they could reach you. The loss you felt was real. The pain of it was real. But the loss itself was a rescue, even when it did not feel like one. My beloved child, there were opportunities you tried to force into existence that would have led you down a path that narrowed rather than widened. You would have given years to something that would have ended in exhaustion and emptiness. You would have invested deeply in a direction that was not aligned with what I had placed in you. You would have settled, not because you lacked ambition, but because you did not yet know how to trust what I was doing in the delay. So, I closed those doors. Not to frustrate you, to free you from a smaller version of your life. And the delays, the seasons when forward motion seemed impossible, when you could not understand why things that should have moved were standing still. Those delays were not negligence on my part. I was working on layers you could not see. I was shifting people. I was moving timing into place. I was preparing you in ways that required more than you thought you needed. I was aligning the destination with the person you were still becoming. You could not step into what I had prepared until you had become what that place required. The delay was never about what you lacked. It was about what was still being completed in you and around you. My child, the unanswered prayers were not unanswered. They were answered differently. They were answered with a wisdom that will only become fully clear to you from a distance. There will come a moment, and some of you have already had glimpses of it, when you look back and understand why certain things did not go the way you planned. When you see how the no that broke your heart at the time was actually the hinge on which your story turned. When you recognize that the path you were trying to force would have taken you away from the life I was bringing you toward. I was not withholding from you when I redirected you. I was preparing you. I was not silent because I did not care. I was silent in the way a surgeon is silent, focused, intentional, working on what needs to be done, rather than narrating every step. My silence in those seasons was active, not passive. I was present. I was working. I was fighting for your future in rooms you did not even know existed. My beloved child, every single thing in your story, the answered prayers and the redirected ones, the open doors and the closed ones, the seasons of abundance and the seasons of waiting, all of it has been within my sight. All of it has been held in my hands. Nothing fell through a gap. Nothing was lost to chance. Nothing in your life was left outside the reach of my purpose. So let the grief you carried over the closed doors begin to release. Let the anger you felt toward the endings that seemed cruel begin to soften into trust. Not because what happened was not painful. It was. But because the one who allowed it was not distant and careless. The one who allowed it was present and purposeful. And the purpose was always your good, always your protection, always the fuller life I have been building toward you. You are not a person who has been abandoned and redirected carelessly. You are a person who has been led, carefully, intentionally, with a love that did not flinch even when it had to say no to what you were asking for, in order to say yes to what I had already prepared. My child, this is where it all turns. This is the moment where what was behind you stops defining what is ahead of you. This is the crossing point, not a future one, not one that requires more time or more proving or more waiting. But this one, right here, in the breath you are drawing right now as these words settle into you. I am restoring you, not to the version of yourself that existed before the hard seasons. That person did not yet carry the depth you carry now. I am restoring you to the fullness of what I always intended you to be. The clarity you lost, I am giving it back. The confidence that was eroded by years of fighting battles you did not ask for, I am rebuilding it on ground that will not shift. The peace that was taken from you piece by piece, through disappointment and loss and the slow wearing down of hope, I am returning it, not in small amounts, but in a measure that matches what you surrendered. Joy is coming to you. And I do not mean a surface brightness that disappears when life applies pressure. I mean a deep-rooted joy that coexists with the hard things without being canceled by them. The kind that was in the psalm writer when he said, "You have turned my mourning into dancing." That kind. A joy that has passed through the fire and emerged something that fire cannot touch. Rest is coming to you. Not just the physical rest of a body that has been running too long, but the soul rest that comes when you finally stop carrying what was never yours to carry. When you set down the weight of outcomes you cannot control, the approval of people who were never meant to define you, the pressure of a timeline that was never in your hands to manage. When you let those things go, and I am helping you let them go, a rest enters your life that is entirely different from sleep. It is the rest of a soul that has found its ground again. Your sense of who you are is coming back to you. The long seasons of questioning your worth, your purpose, your place in this world, those seasons are behind you now. What I say about you is not canceled by what those seasons said about you. You are not defined by the moments when you were most confused, most afraid, most alone. You are defined by the word I placed over you before the storm, and that word has not changed. The ones you love, those you carry in prayer, the people whose names live in the deepest places of your heart, I see them too. What I am doing in you is not sealed off from them. The peace that enters your life has a way of moving outward. The restoration that begins in one heart rarely stays contained to that one heart. What I give you will travel. It will reach them in ways neither you nor they will fully understand. Trust me with them the way you are learning to trust me with yourself. My beloved child, the life I am opening in front of you is not a replica of what you lost. It is not a patched-together version of your old hopes rearranged to feel new. It is something I have been constructing since long before you reached the end of your own strength and had to stop trying to build it yourself. I know exactly what this life is meant to hold. I know exactly who it is meant to reach. I know exactly what your spirit is built to carry and what will bring you alive in a way that no amount of striving ever could. You do not have to engineer it. You do not have to force it into existence. You do not have to figure out every step before you take the first one. You only have to walk with me, close enough to hear me, open enough to follow when I lead, trusting enough to rest in the steps you cannot yet see. That is all. That has always been all. My child, you have endured a long night. But here is what I need you to know as you step forward from this moment. You did not survive those seasons merely to return to ordinary living. You survived them to step into something your spirit has always known was possible. The ache you felt for more than what you had been living. That ache was not restlessness. That ache was accurate. It was pointing toward the life I was keeping for you while the storm was doing what storms do. The storm is finished. The life is here. And so am I, right beside you as you take the first steps into it. My child, you may feel the unfamiliarity of a life no longer defined by struggle. Peace can feel strange to a soul that has lived so long inside difficulty. Let that strangeness settle. This is what it feels like when the weight finally lifts. You do not have to earn your way into what I am giving you. Simply open your hands and receive. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you are stepping forward into the new season I have opened for you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, stop right now. I am not speaking to a crowd. I am not speaking to whoever happens to be near. I am speaking to you, and I am asking for 1 minute of your full attention. Not half of your mind while the rest wanders elsewhere. All of you, here, now. I do not interrupt like this without reason. You were moving quickly through your day. Your thoughts were already leaning toward the next thing and the next thing after that. Then something in you paused. You felt a pull you could not explain. A sense that this moment carried weight the others did not. That was not chance. That was me. I arranged this moment. I cleared the noise around it so my voice could reach you. I have watched you pass by 100 quiet invitations, telling yourself you would come back later. Later has become your most familiar word. So this time, I did not whisper from a distance. I stepped directly into your path. Do not let fear rise in you. I know that when something feels this serious, your first instinct is to brace yourself. You have been warned before by voices that did not love you. You have been pressured by people who used urgency as a weapon. I am not doing that. You are not in trouble. You are being reached for. Urgency does not mean danger, my child. Urgency means importance. It means something is worth stopping for. A shepherd does not shout because he hates the sheep. He shouts because he sees the edge of the cliff, and the sheep does not. I am raising my voice now because I see what you cannot see, and I love you too much to stay silent. Hear me clearly. This is not about rules, rituals, or performance. It is not about proving your faith or fixing yourself before you come near me. Strip all of that away. This is about your life, the direction it is drifting, and the weight your heart has been carrying alone. I am asking you to stop long enough to notice. I know you are tired. Not only in your body, but somewhere deeper, in the place where hope is supposed to live. You have learned to function while disconnected from yourself. You stay busy because stillness feels heavy. Stillness brings up the questions you have been avoiding. But I am in the stillness. I am not there to overwhelm you. I am there to steady you. You were not created only to get through your days. You were created to be alive inside them. There is a difference between surviving a life and living one, and you have felt that difference growing wider. You wake, you work, you carry what must be carried, and somewhere along the way you stopped checking in with your own soul. I noticed. I have been noticing for a long time. This is urgent, but not because something terrible is about to fall on you. It is urgent because something good is trying to begin, and beginnings require attention. A seed ignored does not grow. A door unnoticed is never walked through. Right now, something is trying to take root in you, and I refuse to let it be trampled by hurry. So give me this minute. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath slow down. Let your mind stop racing ahead to what comes next. You do not have to solve anything in this moment. You do not have to decide everything today. You only have to listen, and listening is enough to begin. I have heard the prayers you never spoke out loud. I have seen the exhaustion you dress up as strength every morning. I know about the confusion you manage quietly so no one worries about you. None of it has been hidden from me. You have felt unseen by people, but you have never once been unseen by me. Let me say this plainly. I am not angry with you. I am not standing over you with a list of your failures. I am not waiting for you to become impressive before I draw near. I am paying attention to your heart, the real one, the one beneath the answers you give when people ask how you are. That heart has been asking for help in a language only I can hear. And I am answering, not with noise, not with spectacle, with presence, with truth spoken directly to you at the exact moment you were able to receive it. You have asked me more than once whether I am real, whether I still care, whether you have drifted too far. Consider this. My reply. I am here. I care. And you are not too far. You have never been too far. What you do next matters. Not because everything collapses if you turn away, but because this is a beginning, and beginnings are easy to miss. If you drift back into hurry, life will go on. Nothing dramatic will happen. That is exactly what makes drifting so dangerous. The costliest losses are the quiet ones, the ones you only recognize years later. I do not want that for you. I want you awake. I want you present. I want you to feel your own life again instead of managing it from a distance. That is why I stopped you. That is why I am speaking with this much weight. Love that never interrupts is not love. Love steps in. Love says, not this way. Come here. Listen. So stay with me now. Do not reach for the next distraction. Do not tell yourself you will return to this when things calm down, because you and I both know that calm never seems to come. The moment is now. The word is now. And what I am about to speak over the rest of this time together has been prepared for you specifically, with a care you have not yet imagined. 1 minute of true listening can turn a day. 1 day can turn a life. You have already given me the minute. Now let me show you what I stopped you for. If your heart is still listening, declare your amen to me now. Now let me tell you why I stepped in. I do not break into a life carelessly. When I stop you this directly, it is because I see something you cannot yet see. I saw the direction your heart was drifting. I saw the weight you were about to pick up without noticing. I saw the quiet ways you were beginning to disconnect from your own soul. You were about to be pulled away again. Not by anything dramatic, not by anything that looks dangerous from the outside. By the slow kind of distraction that feels harmless. Another task, another hour of noise, another stretch of wandering from one thing to the next without ever landing anywhere. Those are the distractions that steal the most, because they never announce what they are taking. Distraction did not enter your life as an enemy. It came dressed as relief. You were carrying too much, so you reached for anything that let your mind rest. Noise to cover the silence. Movement to avoid the stillness. Busyness to keep the harder questions at arm's length. I understand why. You were not being careless. You were tired. But I need you to see what it has been costing you. When your attention is always pulled outward, your inner life grows quiet. Not because it disappears, but because it is ignored. Slowly you stop noticing what you feel. You stop noticing what you need. You stop noticing when something inside you is asking for care. And when awareness fades, life begins to feel shallow even when it is full. You have felt this already. Prayer is harder to hold on to than it used to be. Silence feels restless instead of peaceful. Your thoughts scatter the moment you try to gather them. You can be surrounded by people and activity and still feel strangely far from yourself. This is not spiritual failure, my child. It is what happens when a heart is never still long enough to listen. Numbness is the danger I stepped in to interrupt. Not sin in the way you usually think of it. Numbness. The slow falling asleep to your own life. If I had stayed silent, you would not have collapsed. Nothing would have shattered. You would simply have kept going, promising yourself you would slow down someday, while someday kept moving further away. That is how a life goes missing. Not in one terrible decision, but in 10,000 small postponements. You were about to postpone yourself again. Postpone the rest you need. Postpone the honesty you owe your own heart. Postpone the moment of finally standing still before me. I have watched that pattern long enough. So I interrupted it. Understand what my interruption is. It is not punishment. It is protection. It is mercy arriving before damage settles in and becomes habit. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not wait politely for a better moment to speak. He calls out at once with force because he loves. I called out to you today for the same reason. I have always warned the ones I love. I warned Noah, not to frighten him, but to save him and his household from the flood. I warned Lot, and my warning pulled him out of a city already falling. I warned Israel through voice after voice, not because I enjoyed correction, but because I longed for closeness with them. Every warning I have ever spoken was an invitation to life. This one is no different. Some voices in your past used fear to control you. They made urgency feel like a trap closing around you. So when you sense weight in my words, part of you braces for condemnation. Release that. Fear pushes, but love invites. Fear creates panic, but love creates clarity. What I am speaking carries weight. Yes, it does not carry harm. If I did not care, I would let you drift. Silence would be easier. But I am not a distant God who watches from far off while his children slowly go numb. I am present. I am attentive. I speak when speaking is needed. And I refuse to watch you live at a distance from your own heart without saying a word. Look at how you have been living, not with shame, but with honest eyes. Rising, rushing, carrying, managing. Answering everyone's needs while quietly setting aside your own soul like a task for later. You have learned to survive impressively. But survival mode was never meant to be permanent. It keeps you functioning while slowly sealing off the deep places where joy and purpose live. I did not interrupt you because you were doing something wrong. I interrupted you because you were about to miss something right, something necessary. something that could not wait for a more convenient season. There is a turning point resting inside this very moment, and turning points are gentle things. They do not force themselves. They wait to be noticed, and they pass quietly when they are not. So I made sure you noticed. I slowed you down. I let certain plans stall and certain moments stretch so that you would be exactly here, exactly now, with just enough openness to hear me. You may call that coincidence, if you wish. I call it care. I have been arranging this conversation for longer than you know. Here is what I ask of you in return. Stay awake through the rest of this word. Do not let your mind slip back into its old habit of drifting when truth comes close. Every time you feel the pull to escape into noise, recognize it for what it is, and choose to remain with me instead. That single choice, repeated, will change more in you than you can currently imagine. You were not stopped by accident today. You were interrupted by love. Let that settle into you before we go further, because everything I am about to say next rests on it. I see you. I know exactly where you are, and I have come to you there, not to scold you, but to bring you back to life. Say, I hear you, Lord, if this word has found you awake. My child, this is not the first time I have spoken to you. You have heard me before. Not always with this clarity, not with this weight, but you have heard me. My voice has brushed against your heart many times, gently, patiently, never forcing its way in. I spoke in whispers, because whispers invite closeness. I wanted you to lean toward me, not pull away. Think back. There was a sudden pause before a decision that made no sense to you at the time. An uneasy feeling when everything looked fine on the surface. A quiet thought that kept returning no matter how often you dismissed it. You called it restlessness. You called it overthinking. It was neither. It was discernment waking up inside you. It was me. There were moments when you knew you should stop and you kept going. Moments when you felt moved to speak and you stayed silent. Moments when you sensed a change was needed and you told yourself the timing was wrong. You postponed what you felt because postponing seemed safer than responding. You promised yourself you would listen later, when life slowed down, when you felt stronger. Hear this clearly. I do not condemn you for any of it. I never did. I know how loud responsibilities become. I know how easily a whisper is lost when everything else is shouting. You were not rebellious. You were cautious and worn out, doing what you thought you had to do to keep everything standing. I saw the reason behind every delay, and I stayed. There were also times when you heard me and moved only halfway. You acknowledged the feeling but did not act on it. You said, I will think about it. Partial listening is still listening, my child, but it leaves work unfinished, and unfinished things return. That is why some of what I say today will feel familiar. It has been waiting for you. I am not replaying these moments to shame you. I am showing you something important. My voice has been consistent even when your response was delayed. I did not stop speaking because you did not answer. I did not withdraw because you hesitated. Every ignored nudge was followed by another, softer or stronger, shaped to reach you where you were. That is what faithfulness looks like. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now understand why my voice has grown louder. It is not anger. You have not failed some hidden test. I am speaking with more force because whispers were no longer reaching you through the noise. Life grew louder around you. Distraction grew stronger. The familiar numbness thickened. So my voice became clearer, firmer, more direct. Love adapts when conditions change. Love raises its voice when a whisper would be lost. A repeated call is not rejection. It is mercy. When something returns to your awareness again and again, it is not an accident. When a question keeps resurfacing, when a discomfort will not resolve, when the same truth finds you through different doors, it is because it still matters. I repeat myself because the door is still open. I repeat myself because there is still time. Each time you postponed listening, I stayed near. I adjusted the pace. I softened what your delay could have cost you. I guarded you from harm you never saw coming. But there comes a point when silence would do more damage than interruption. When love must speak plainly, even if it lands with discomfort. You are standing at that point now. That is why today does not feel like the other days. And here is something you must not miss. The fact that you have heard me before means you are able to hear me now. You are not distant. You are not cut off. You recognized my voice in this word even faintly. And that recognition is proof that something living already exists between us. I do not speak this way to strangers. I speak this way to my own. You may feel regret rising as you remember the times you turned away. Let that regret become awareness instead of shame. Awareness sharpens the heart. Shame dulls it. I am not asking you to relive your past. I am asking you to learn what it has to teach. Those moments showed you where fear speaks loudest in you. They showed you where trust still needs to grow. Now I am asking for something different. Listen fully this time, not partially. Respond, do not postpone. Stay present instead of drifting toward the exits. Not because I will abandon you if you fail, but because repeated delay slowly teaches a heart not to listen at all, and I want your heart alive, sensitive, and quick to respond. That kind of heart hears me everywhere. I am still calling you because I still want you close. I am still speaking because your story is still being written. This louder voice you hear today is not frustration. It is clarity. It is love refusing to be ignored one more season. You have heard me before and you are hearing me now. What you do with this moment will shape how clearly you hear me in every moment that follows. So let this call sink deeper than the others did. Do not file it away with the things you mean to get to. I am here. I am speaking. And I am waiting, not with judgment, but with hope. Now listen carefully, because I want you to understand what is actually at stake. It is not my love for you. My love is settled. It does not rise and fall with your performance, and it will not be withdrawn if you stumble. What is at stake is something quieter and more easily lost. Your sensitivity, your clarity, the ease with which your future unfolds. Delay carries consequences, and I tell you this in truth, not in threat. When something is meant to be faced and it is postponed again and again, the heart adjusts to carrying unresolved weight. What was once discomfort becomes normal. What once stirred you becomes background noise. Little by little, you stop noticing what your spirit has been trying to tell you. That is the danger of delay, not sudden collapse, gradual dulling. Understand the difference. Delay does not make me leave. It does not lessen my love, but it does affect how clearly you hear me, how freely you move, and how much peace you actually experience. When you keep postponing what you already sense, clarity blurs. You begin to second-guess what you once knew. You lean on distraction instead of direction. This is not punishment, it is consequence. The way ignoring hunger weakens the body even though food never stopped existing. There are doors open to you right now that are connected to timing. Not every door closes loudly. Some close in silence, simply by no longer being reachable the way they once were. Seasons of growth, healing, and new direction do not announce when they are ending. They stay open for a while, waiting to be noticed. When noticing is postponed too long, the season turns. This does not mean everything is lost when a door closes. I am the God of new doors, but it does mean some things become harder than they needed to be. Lessons that could have been learned once must be learned again. Peace arrives later than it could have. Life feels heavier than it was ever meant to feel. I do not want that road for you. That is why I am speaking today instead of next year. Windows close too, my child. Windows of courage when your heart is brave enough to act. Windows of softness when your heart is open enough to receive. When you are aware and responsive, growth moves through you easily. When you keep saying later, something inside you learns to stay guarded. Guarded hearts survive. But you were not made merely to survive. The enemy of your soul knows all of this. His most effective lie is not a dramatic one. It is a small, reasonable whisper. There is always tomorrow. You can deal with this when things settle down. Nothing urgent is happening. He does not need you to reject me. He only needs you to postpone me. Because a postponed decision is a decision he keeps winning by default, day after quiet day. That is why he would love for this word to wash over you and fade. He fears what happens when you finally act, because the moment you respond to me fully, patterns that have held you for years begin to lose their grip. So, do not be surprised that a dozen small urgencies are already tugging at your attention, telling you this can wait. It cannot. Not because I am impatient, but because you have waited long enough. Hear the difference between panic and urgency. Panic says everything will fall apart if you do not act this instant. Urgency says this matters enough to face now, while it can still be shaped gently. Panic scatters you. Urgency gathers you. I never speak panic over my children, but I will speak urgency, because urgency is what love sounds like when the moment is real. You may look around and see no dramatic choice in front of you and wonder what all this weight is for. That is because the most important shifts rarely look dramatic. They happen inside first. A willingness to listen. A decision to stop running from stillness. A choice to respond today instead of promising tomorrow. Those quiet inner turnings decide which outer paths remain open to you. If you set this word aside, nothing will explode. Life will simply continue. That is precisely what makes ignoring it so easy and so costly. You will move forward carrying a little more weight, a little more numbness, a little less clarity. And those small subtractions add up. One day you would find yourself asking why peace feels so far away, why direction is so hard to find, and the answer would not be one great mistake. It would be many small delays. But that is not the story I am writing for you. I am telling you all of this while your heart can still feel it, and the fact that you can feel it is worth more than you know. Numbness has not finished its work in you. There is still tenderness in you, still hunger, still a pull toward me. That pull is the proof that this moment has arrived on time. What is at stake is not my approval. You already have my love. What is at stake is whether you keep moving through your days unconsciously or begin to move with awareness and intention. Awareness opens a way forward. Unawareness circles the same ground for years. I am offering you the open way. So do not let fear rush you. and do not let comfort sing you back to sleep. Let this urgency sharpen you gently, the way morning light sharpens the edges of a room. Something in your life is ready to shift. It has been ready for a while. It was waiting for your attention, and your attention is finally here. Stay with me now. The next thing I want to show you is harder to look at, but it is where your freedom begins. I am going to hold up a mirror, and I am going to hold your hand while you look into it. Come closer now. Let the noise fall away until there is nothing left but my voice and the beat of your own heart. I am going to show you something sacred, something few ever slow down long enough to face. The true state of your soul. You see your face reflected every day. You rarely see what I see beneath it. Do not be afraid. I am not holding this mirror to condemn you. I am holding it to heal you. You say you love me, and I know you mean it. I have heard your prayers, your whispered promises, your moments of real surrender. But your heart drifts, my child. Like a leaf on moving water, it is pulled away by every fear, every demand, every fresh worry the day brings. You return to me and you drift again. I am not shaming you for this. I am naming it, because what is named can be healed. Look first at the striving. You have been trying to fix yourself without me. You told yourself, if I work harder, think better, pray more, I will finally get it right. You have carried burdens that were never sized for human shoulders and called it responsibility. You wanted results without relationship, peace without presence, blessing without surrender. And every time you ran ahead of me, the road grew rough. Not because I wanted you to fall, but because I wanted you to stop and look for me. Now look at the control. You have gripped your life tightly, believing that if you managed every outcome, you would finally be safe. But control was never safety, my child. It was fear wearing a confident face. You were never meant to steer the storm. You were meant to rest in the presence of the one who commands the wind and the waves. The tighter your grip, the more tired you became. You know this. You have felt it in your own hands. Look at the pride that whispers, I can handle this alone. Look at the resentment that still lingers from wounds others caused you, the ones you say you have released but still carry. Look at the guilt you keep in a hidden place, the shame you have never spoken aloud to anyone. I see all of it, every locked room, every buried thing. And hear me clearly, I am not repelled by any of it. I came for exactly this. I heal the brokenhearted. I set captives free. That is who I am. You have doubted my love because of your past. You assumed that what you did, or what was done to you, placed you outside my reach. It did not. When you ran, my eyes followed you. When you hid, my light kept finding you. There has never been a day when I looked at you and turned away. Not one. Even at your worst, I called you mine. You tell yourself that you trust me, but trust is more than words. Trust is the moment you hand me what you cannot understand. It is releasing the question why and accepting my answer of when. You have been afraid that surrender means losing yourself. It does not. Surrender is where you finally find yourself because you were never meant to carry your own existence like luggage. You were meant to be carried. So lay it down now. The worry you manage every waking hour, the anger you keep pressed beneath politeness, the exhaustion you hide behind capability, the plans you clutch because letting go feels like falling. Bring them all to me. I will not turn you away. I have never once turned you away. My hands still bear the marks of how far I went to bring you back. Those marks are not reminders of pain. They are the proof of what you are worth to me. Stop trying to earn what I have already given freely. You have spent years working for a love that was yours before you did anything at all. My grace does not rest on your perfection. It rests on your willingness to receive it. So stop striving, my child, and start receiving. That single shift will do more in you than a decade of trying harder. Look once more into the mirror, and this time see what I see. Where you see failure, I see a person still standing after battles no one else witnessed. Where you see weakness, I see the very places my strength intends to dwell. Where you see a story too far gone, I see chapters not yet written, and I hold the pen. You are not your worst season. You are not the words spoken over you by people who could not see your worth. Let me do now what you could never do for yourself. Let me wash what guilt has stained. Let me soften what pain has hardened. Let me open the rooms fear has kept locked, one door at a time, gently, at the pace your heart can bear. If tears come as I work, let them come. They are not weakness. They are the loosening of what has been held too tightly for too long. You were never meant to fix yourself. You were meant to be made whole in my presence. There is a difference, and today you are allowed to stop pretending otherwise. Come as you are, not cleaned up, not composed. As you are. That is the only way anyone has ever truly come to me. And do not rush away from this place, my child. Honesty like this is rare, and rare things deserve a moment to breathe. You have just seen yourself without the armor, and you are still standing, still loved, still mine. That alone should tell you something. The truth about you was never as dangerous as the hiding was. From this day on, let honesty be the ground you build on, because everything I build in you will stand on it. This honest look is not the end of the mirror. It is the beginning of a new reflection. Keep standing here with me, and the day will come when you look at yourself and recognize at last someone deeply loved, fully known, and completely forgiven. That is the face I have seen all along. Declare, I surrender, if you are ready to stop carrying this alone. Now let me answer the question you have carried the longest. Where was I when it hurt the most? You have asked it in anger and in exhaustion. You have asked it politely in prayer and bitterly in the dark. It deserves an answer, and I will give you one. I was there, not watching from a distance. There, on the nights when your chest felt too heavy to breathe, I was in the room. When you spoke into the darkness, God, if you are real, please do not leave me. I did not leave. I stayed until morning. I have stayed every night since. You felt alone because pain shouts louder than presence, not because presence was missing. There is a difference between feeling abandoned and being abandoned, and you have never once been the second. You believed your prayers went unanswered. Some of them were answered in ways you have not yet recognized. When you asked for a door and it stayed shut, that shut door was often my answer, because I could see what waited on the other side of it. When you asked for a person to stay and they left, I let them walk, because their place in your future was smaller than their place in your fear. You called these losses. Some of them were rescues. I did not enjoy your pain, my child. Hear that plainly, because religion has sometimes taught you otherwise. I did not design your suffering as a lesson or send heartbreak as a package with a purpose hidden inside. This world is broken, and its brokenness reached you as it reaches everyone. What I did was refuse to waste any of it. There is nothing that has happened to you, nothing that I cannot turn toward your good. That is not the same as causing it. That is redeeming it. Think of a field left unplanted for a season. To the passing eye, it looks abandoned, useless, forgotten. But underneath, the soil is recovering its strength. Some of your empty seasons were exactly that. Not punishment, not abandonment. Ground being restored below the surface where no one could see, least of all you. You judged those seasons by what they grew. I measured them by what they healed. And think of a river. It does not reach the sea in a straight line. It bends around stone, doubles back, slows in some places, and rushes in others. And every turn that looks like a detour is the water finding its true course. Your path is bent in ways you never chose. It has slowed where you wanted speed and rushed where you wanted stillness. But it has been moving, all of it, toward something. You are further along than you believe. My silence troubled you most of all. You took it as absence, or worse, as indifference. But there are silences and there are silences, my child. There is the silence of an empty house, and there is the silence of someone sitting beside a sleeping loved one, present, watchful, saying nothing because nothing needs to be said yet. My silence was the second kind. I was never gone. I was near, and I was not finished. When the betrayal came, when someone you trusted turned, I remained trustworthy. When fear wrapped around you at night and you could not name what you were even afraid of, I stayed until it loosened. When grief hollowed you out, I did not hurry you through it or hand you tidy explanations. I sat with you in it. Love does that. Love does not always fix quickly. Sometimes love simply refuses to leave. Look at your scars, the seen ones and the unseen ones. You have seen them as marks of damage. Look at them again. Every scar is a place where healing already happened. A scar is not an open wound. It is the mark of a wound that closed. You survived what you once believed would end you, and you did not survive it alone. My hand was under you in every fall that did not finish you. You have also wondered why some of my help arrived so late, by your measure. But I do not measure time the way you do. You count days. I weigh readiness, timing, and 100 moving pieces you will never see from where you stand. Some things I withheld because your hands were not yet free to hold them. Some things I delayed because they would have cost you more arriving early than they ever cost you arriving late. Not one delay was neglect. Not one. There were dangers that never reached you, and you will never know their names. Roads you did not take that would have broken something in you. Choices that fell through at the last moment and felt like failure, but were my hand quietly closing a way that led somewhere you could not afford to go. You have thanked me for the blessings you can see. One day you will thank me for the disasters you never met. So take the question you have carried, where were you? And let it be answered at last. I was in the room where the hardest news found you. I was in the silent kitchen long after midnight. I was on the long road home, when you broke down, where no one could see you. I was there, and I am here, and the same presence that carried you through what has ended will carry you through what has not yet begun. You do not have to understand every chapter to trust the author. You only have to know that I have never once let go of you, and I never will. What you walked through did not disqualify you. It did not push you outside my plan. You are still mine, still called, still carried. And the road ahead of you is not a repeat of the road behind. Let the old accusation fall silent now. The one that said you were forgotten. You were never forgotten. You were held through every hour you thought you were holding yourself. Breathe that in. Let it reach the oldest ache you have. It has waited a long time for the truth. And now, my child, we arrive at the reason for all of it. The interruption, the mirror, the long answer to your oldest question. All of it has been leading here, to a single open door and a single choice. I did not stop you today only to comfort you. I stopped you to call you through. There is a door standing open in front of you right now. Not a door you can touch with your hands, but one more real than anything your hands have ever held. It is the door back to me. fully back. Not the halfway distance you have been living at, close enough to remember me, far enough to keep control. I am asking for the whole return, every room of your heart, every locked door inside it, all of you, for all of me. I will not pretend this door stands open forever in the same way. I told you that seasons turn and windows close, and I told you the truth. Not because my love expires. My love has no end. But moments like this one are rare, and hearts do not stay soft by accident. You are soft now. You are listening now. This is the hour to move, while moving is still simple. One honest yes. That is the entire distance between you and everything I'm about to describe. Hear what waits on the other side of your yes. The heaviness that has sat on your chest like a stone through season after season will begin to lift. Not all at once, but truly. The confusion that has circled your mind will start to clear the way. Fog clears when the sun climbs, slowly, then suddenly. The fears that have ruled your nights will lose their voices one by one. These are not poetic promises, my child. This is what I do. I am the God of turned tides and reopened roads. What was broken in you will be mended. What was taken from you will be answered with more than was lost. What has been delayed will move again, and some of it will move quickly, because it was never stuck. It was waiting. I will go ahead of you into days you have been afraid to imagine. I will level what stands against you. I will silence what has accused you. I have done this for generation after generation, and I have not changed. But I will not force your yes. Love cannot be commanded into a heart, only welcomed. So the enemy of your soul is telling you, even now in this final hour of this word, that you can decide later. He has watched this whole encounter, and he is reaching for the only weapon he has left, delay. Recognize his whisper by its sweetness. Tomorrow. Soon. When things settle. He has sung that song over you for years, and it has cost you years. Not this time. This time you see the trick before it lands. There is no promise of tomorrow anywhere in your possession, my child. All you have ever owned is now. And now is exactly enough, because I am not asking you for a lifetime of perfection today. I am asking for this moment of surrender today. Lifetimes are built out of moments like this one, single, honest, unrepeatable. So come home, not to a building, not to a set of rules, to me. Come home to the presence that made you, the voice that has followed you through every wilderness, the love that never once agreed to let you go. You have wandered long enough. You have fought battles that were never assigned to you and carried loads I never placed on your back. Set them down at the threshold. They do not come through this door. They were never going to. And when you step through, walk differently. Guard the stillness we found together today. Return to it daily, even briefly, because that is where you will hear me clearest. When the noise rises again, and it will rise, let it find you rooted. When the old numbness reaches for you, and it will reach, remember what it cost you and refuse it. You are not the same as you were an hour ago. Live like it. Bring others with you in prayer, the ones you love, the ones you carry even when they do not know it. Speak peace over them. Some of what I am beginning in you today will reach them through you, in words you say, in patience you show, in the changed way you walk into a room. A healed life is never healed for itself alone. Light spills. Let yours. There will be mornings when you doubt this moment. The feeling will fade because feelings always fade, and you will wonder whether any of it was real. When that morning comes, remember this: truth does not evaporate with emotion. What I spoke today was not a feeling. It was a word, and my words do not return empty. They accomplish what I send them to do. This one was sent to bring you home, and it has found you. I am not asking you to become someone else. I am asking you to become who you already are beneath the fear, beneath the striving, beneath the years of holding your breath. That person has been waiting inside you like seed under winter ground, alive the whole time, ready for one season of warmth. This is the warmth. This is the season. Rise into it. So now I pause. Heaven leans close. Everything I have spoken stands complete before you. Every promise in place, every door unlocked. What remains is yours alone to give, and it is the smallest and largest thing I will ever ask of you. Your yes, not tomorrow's yes, today's. Give it to me now, plainly, in your own words, in your own voice. I am listening the way I have listened to you all your life, fully, closely, with everything I am. And the moment you speak, I will answer, not with thunder, but with peace you will feel settle over you like evening light. Then we will walk forward from this hour together, you and I, into the future I have kept for you. You stopped when I called. You stayed until the end. You heard what most never slow down to hear. Now finish what this moment started, and do not look back at the life you are leaving, because nothing back there compares to what is ahead. I love you, my child. I have said it in 1,000 quiet ways, and today I have said it plainly. Take it with you. Build on it. Rest in it. It will hold. Say, yes, Lord, I choose you now, and let that be your first step through the open door.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Listen closely. What I am about to speak is not a comfort for someday. It is a word for right now in this moment, while these words reach your ears. Your case is closed. Say that again in your heart until it lands. Your case is closed. Today I declared before all of heaven that your situation has an expiration date. The chains that held you, the thing that robbed your sleep, the heaviness that followed you from room to room. I have pronounced judgment against all of it, and that judgment is final. Your miracle is not approaching. It has arrived. Not tomorrow, not at the end of a long road still ahead of you. Now. Right now, while you receive this word, the power of heaven is moving on your behalf. Orders have gone out. Doors are being opened. Obstacles are being cleared from your path. This is not a performance. This is a declaration from the throne. And when I speak, what I say becomes what is. I need you to understand who is speaking to you. I am your Father, the one who created the breath in your lungs, the one who built every chamber of your heart. I know you with a knowledge that goes beyond what you know of yourself. I've watched you carry weight that was too heavy for anyone to carry alone. I've heard the prayers you said out loud and the ones you never finished because the words would not come. I've been present in every room you walked through when you felt most alone. My presence was not absent in those moments. You simply could not feel it yet. I know there were times you thought I had forgotten you, that your prayers rose and scattered and reached nothing, that perhaps your faith was not enough, or that something in you had disqualified you from my attention. I want to speak plainly into that lie. It was never true. Not once. You were never out of my sight. You were never beneath my care. Your name has always been written in my hand, and I have never once been indifferent to what you have faced. I tell you now with all the authority of heaven behind me, the season of waiting is over. Your case has been reviewed, it has been deliberated, and the verdict has been handed down. You are not here by chance. You did not stumble into this moment accidentally. I drew you here. I arranged this encounter between you and my voice because the time has come. Not a time I am improvising, a time I set in motion long before it arrived at your door. There were moments you stood at the edge of giving up. I know. I was there. I saw you weigh the cost of continuing to believe. I watched you decide, again and again, to get back up. That decision was not small. It mattered. Every time you reached for faith when everything around you argued against it, I noted it. What you endured through those years was real, and so is what is coming now. During all those months and years, I was not still. You saw silence. I was working. You could not perceive it with your natural eyes, but in the unseen place where all things are governed, I was moving. Mountains were being shifted. Roads were being laid through territory that looked to you like nothing but desert. I was not waiting on the sidelines. I was running ahead of you, preparing what you are about to walk into. Think of the walls of Jericho. The Israelites did not watch those walls fall because they were skilled fighters or because they carried the right weapons. They walked in obedience, and I brought the walls down. That is what I am doing for you now. The walls around your situation, the ones that have stood so long you stopped expecting them to move, are coming down, not by your strength, by my word, by my decree, by the authority of the one who holds all things in his hands. What is coming toward you is not a small adjustment. It is not a patch on a broken thing. It is a complete and permanent transformation. When I am done, the people who know you will not be able to reconcile who you are with who you were. They will see the living evidence of what I do when I decide to move on someone's behalf. They will not be able to explain it except to say, his God, her God, did that. And they will be right. Your family is going to change. Your provision is going to change. Your health is going to change. Your peace, the kind that does not depend on circumstances, is going to return. Everything the enemy took from your life over the years, I am giving it back. Not in the measure it was taken, in greater measure. That is who I am. I do not restore to the previous level. I restore beyond it. When I open my hand to give back what was lost, I pour out more than was taken. I am that kind of father. I know that the hardest thing about this moment is trusting it. You have believed before and watched days turn into months. You have held on to a promise and felt the weight of nothing happening. I am not going to tell you that was easy. I know it was not. But I am telling you now that the reason you are still standing, the reason you are still here, still listening, still alive in your faith, is because I would not let you fall. I was with you in those silent stretches, and I am with you now. The same hands that held you then are the hands that are opening what comes next. Receive this now. Let it pass through your ears and go deep into the place where you still carry doubt. I am speaking into that place specifically. This word is not for the part of you that already believes easily. It is for the part that has been disappointed, that learned to protect itself by expecting less. I am reaching into that place right now, and I am saying, open. What is coming is real. What I have spoken over your life is certain. And it begins today. Declare your amen if you believe this word is yours. Let me take you inside what happened. Let me show you what took place at the moment your case was closed. My son stood before the court of heaven and placed his hands forward. The same hands that carried the cross, the same hands that bore the nails. He showed the marks, he showed the wounds, and he spoke your name. He said, "This one is mine. This person has already been redeemed. Every accusation brought against them has been answered. The price was paid, in full, on the cross." And at that declaration, every accuser had to step back. Not reluctantly, not after debate. They had to fall silent because there was nothing left to argue. My son's sacrifice is a perfect answer to every charge. When he spoke your name and showed his wounds, the case against you closed. Not temporarily, permanently. There is no court in heaven or on earth that can reopen what my son sealed with his blood. I need you to understand what this means for you today. It means you are not standing before me as someone who has to earn what is coming. You are not waiting to see if you have been good enough, faithful enough, consistent enough in your prayer life. The miracle I am releasing over your life does not depend on your performance. It depends on what was already done. My son carried the weight so you would not have to. His obedience covered your shortfall. His sacrifice answered every debt. Do you remember the story of Mary and Martha? When Lazarus died, both sisters came to my son with grief on their faces. The situation looked final. 4 days in the grave, the stone already in place, the mourners already assembled. From every natural angle, the story was over. But my son did not see what everyone else was looking at. He looked at that tomb and he called out, and what was dead came back to life. That is the kind of God I am. I do not need a situation to look hopeful before I move. I move when I decree it. And I have decreed your time. There are things in your life that look like they have been in the tomb too long. A relationship that went cold years ago and you stopped expecting it to change. A dream you set down because life kept interrupting it. A physical condition that settled in like a permanent resident. A financial situation that became so familiar you stopped praying about it the same way. I see all of it. And what I am telling you is this: none of it is beyond my reach. I am the same God who called Lazarus out. I am the same God who parts rivers and brings water from stone. What looks like a final chapter to you is not a final chapter to me. State, I believe if you know this word is reaching your spirit right now. The enemy has spent a great deal of time whispering to you that your case is different, that what worked for others will not work for you, that you are too old, that it is too late, that too much has gone wrong for too long. I want you to hear this clearly. Every one of those whispers was a lie with a specific purpose. The enemy whispers loudest when what he fears is closest. He has seen what I have prepared for you. He has watched the door I am about to open. And his only remaining strategy is to get you to walk away before it swings wide. Do not walk away. Look at Abraham. When I called him and gave him a promise, his body was already past the age where the promise seemed possible. His wife Sarah had lived her whole life without holding a child. By every human calculation, the promise should not have been able to come true. But I am not subject to human calculation. I spoke, and life came where there was no life. I said it would happen, and it happened. That same power is not a story from an ancient book. It is alive right now. It is present in this moment, and it is moving toward you. Look at Caleb, 85 years old, a generation of wandering behind him. And when the land was divided, he did not ask for something easy. He stood and said, "Give me this mountain." The hardest ground, the fiercest resistance, the territory everyone else avoided. Because he knew I was with him, and that with me, the mountain was already taken. That is the posture I am calling you into right now. Not a posture of asking for something modest, because you have been hurt before. a posture of standing in full confidence that I have not brought you this far to leave you short of what I promised. When I decreed that your case was closed, I also decreed what comes next. Not just the removal of what was against you, the release of what I have been holding in reserve for you. Blessings do not just represent an absence of hardship. They are an active, growing, expanding reality in your life. Favor that opens doors before you knock. Provision that arrives before you feel the need. Peace that holds you steady when the ground around you shakes. That is what I have planned. That is what the verdict released. Not just freedom from, freedom toward. My word does not return to me without accomplishing what I sent it to do. That is written, and it is true. I sent this word to you today with purpose. It carries my authority. It is not merely an encouragement. It is a decree going out over your situation right now, and it will accomplish what I intend. The same voice that ordered light into darkness, that calmed the sea with a sentence, that spoke creation into being. That voice is speaking over your life today. You are on the receiving end of that power. Stand still and let it reach every corner of what has been waiting for change. I want to tell you something about the time that has passed. Not a soft version of it. Not a story that makes the hard parts disappear. The truth is, what you walked through was difficult. There were nights you went to sleep with questions that had no answers yet. There were mornings you got up and carried the same burden you went to bed with. There were seasons where the silence was so complete it felt like weight rather than absence. I am not going to tell you that none of that was hard. It was, and I was present for all of it. But I need to tell you what I was doing during those stretches. Not to explain everything. Some of what I was arranging cannot be fully understood from where you stand, but enough to give you a frame. I was working in the unseen spaces, the conversations you never heard, the doors that were being positioned, the people being moved into place, the circumstances being rearranged. What looked to you like a field gone quiet was a field being turned and prepared. Nothing was sitting still on my end. My work was happening beneath the surface, the way roots travel through soil long before anything breaks ground. Think of the farmer who prepares his land. He clears it. He turns the soil. He removes the stones. He plants in a season that looks like nothing, bare ground, no visible sign of what is coming. He does not see the harvest during that work. But the harvest is coming because the work is real. That is what I have been doing in your life. The preparation was real. The work was real. And now the season has turned. What was planted in those hidden months is about to break through the surface. Here is what I need you to do. I'm not asking you to figure out how this miracle arrives. I'm not asking you to engineer the outcome or force the door open. What I'm asking is this. Keep walking forward, one step at a time. Keep your heart open to what I am doing, even when it arrives in a form you did not predict. My provision does not always look the way you imagined, but it is complete, and it is on its way. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. You have prayed in the night when no one was watching. You have given when giving was costly. You have spoken faith out loud when your circumstances made that look foolish. You have sought my face in quiet moments, that no one will ever record or celebrate. Every one of those acts of faithfulness was seen, not observed from a distance, seen with the full attention of the one who governs all things. Nothing you did in faithfulness slipped past me. Every prayer you prayed went somewhere. Every act of trust left a mark on the record. And now what was sown in faith is being prepared for harvest. That includes the prayers you said for those you love, the ones you carry in your heart, the ones you bring before me in the quiet. I heard those prayers. I received them. The situation you have been carrying on behalf of others is not outside my reach. I am working there too. The same power that is moving in your own life is reaching into the lives of those connected to you. You prayed and believed on their behalf when they could not pray for themselves, and I honored that. My answer is in motion for them as well. There are signs coming your way, some of them small, an unexpected message from someone you have not heard from in a long time, a door opening in a place you had already stopped knocking, a shift in a situation that had been standing still for so long you stopped watching it. Do not dismiss these things as coincidence. I do not do coincidence. When I move, I leave evidence. These will be my way of saying, I told you. Watch for them. When they come, let them build your faith for the next thing, because what begins now is not one event. It is the beginning of a season. I want to be clear about what I am releasing into your life. It is not a season of barely getting through. It is not relief that lasts a few weeks and then fades. What I am opening for you is a new chapter, one where the chapter title is changed. You have been in a chapter called struggle, called holding on, called enduring. That chapter is closed. The next one is called abundance, called overflow, called the harvest year. And everything in it is already written by my hand. You will walk through it, step by step, and what you find there will exceed what you asked for. My beloved, I need you to hear this and hold it. The miracle you are receiving is not just for you. It is for everyone whose life touches yours. When I pour out blessing on one of my children, it does not stop at that person's door. It runs over. It reaches the ones standing nearby. You are going to become a source of what I am pouring out. The ones you love most are going to be reached by what I am doing in your life right now. That is the width of what I have decided. Not a narrow stream just for you, a river that runs wide. I want to speak to your body, not around it, not generally, directly to the physical condition you carry. Whether it is something the doctors named and placed in a file, something you feel every morning when you wake up, or something that has ground you down slowly over years. I see it, I know it, and I am not indifferent to it. The same voice that shaped your body knows every part of it in precise detail. I designed it. I understand it in ways no medical instrument can reach, and I am speaking to it right now. My son healed throughout his time on earth, and I did not heal only as a one-time demonstration. Healing is woven into who I am. My name is Jehovah Rapha, the God who heals, not was, is, present tense. That name is not a historical footnote. It is a living description of my nature, and it applies to your situation right now. I do not look at your physical condition and see a problem too complicated for me. I look at it and see something that is subject to my word. I am moving through your body now, through each place that has ached, each system that has faltered, each part that has struggled to function as I designed it. My healing does not work only on symptoms. It reaches the origin. I go to the root of what has taken hold and I remove it from there. What doctors cannot find, I see clearly. What medicine has not been able to address, My power reaches without restriction. I am speaking restoration to your body right now, and my word does not fail. Receive this. You are going to begin to feel a difference, not because you imagined it, because I declared it. The heaviness that has lived in your body is being lifted. The pain that became so familiar you stopped expecting it to leave. It is leaving. The rest you have not been able to find, the sleep that has escaped you, the mornings that started with exhaustion before the day even began. Those things are changing. I am restoring your strength, not a version of strength that runs out quickly, the kind that renews, the kind that rises again after it is spent. Isaiah wrote what I told him. Those who wait on me will renew their strength. They will rise up as eagles rise. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. That promise was not written for one generation. It was written for you to receive today. I am renewing your strength now. I am replacing the depletion with something new. You are going to feel what it is to have energy in your body again, to move without heaviness, to face the day from a position of capacity rather than deficit. The body I gave you is not finished. It is being restored. I also want to speak to what you carry emotionally, the fear that grabs at you in quiet moments, the anxiety that arrives without warning and makes your chest tight, the weight of what you have been responsible for, the things that press in when everything is still. These are not signs that your faith is too small. They are signs that you have been carrying things that were never meant to be carried alone. I did not build you to hold all of this by yourself, and I am not requiring you to. I am lifting those things now, not by removing the circumstances that created them. I am going to change those circumstances, but before they change, I am giving you peace that exists independently of them. This is the peace I spoke about when I walked the earth, not the peace that the world gives, which depends on things going well. My peace holds when things are in motion, when the situation is unresolved, when the answer has not yet arrived. It stands like a guard between your heart and everything that would unsettle it. You're going to sleep differently. That is not a small thing. Sleep is where I restore what the day spent. When your nights are broken, when your mind runs through the same fears from midnight until dawn, your body and your spirit both pay the cost. I'm giving you rest, real rest, the kind where you close your eyes and the weight releases, the kind where you wake up with something still in you, rather than already spent. I designed rest as a gift, and I'm giving it back to you now. Your mind is being renewed. The patterns of thought that have been running against you, the voice that says you are not enough, the habit of expecting the worst, the way your mind rehearses old disappointments, those patterns are being interrupted. I'm not asking you to force your way to a better outlook. I'm doing something deeper than that. I'm replacing the foundation that those thoughts stood on. When the foundation changes, the structure built on it changes too. You are going to notice your thinking shift. Not all at once, but steadily, unmistakably. A quieting, a settling, a clarity where there was noise. I want you to understand the fullness of what I am releasing. It is not limited to one area of your life. My healing is not a single fix. It is a tide that comes in and reaches every part of the shore. Your body, your mind, your emotions, your rest, your capacity to engage with each day. All of it is under my hand right now. All of it is being addressed. I do not do partial work. When I restore completely. Not a portion of what was lost, all of it, and then more. My precious one, I made you to live at full capacity, not merely to survive the day, not to endure until something better comes. I made you to live with genuine joy, with real peace, with a body that serves you well, with a mind that is clear and free. That is not a distant hope. That is what I am restoring to you now. The full version of the life I designed for you. Not a reduced version because of what the years have taken. The full version. And it is yours. Stand firm in that. Receive it without apology. It was always meant for you. Now I want to speak about your provision, about the material ground of your life, what you have been able to give, what has come in and what has gone out, the weight of financial struggle that has pressed on you in ways that are hard to explain to someone who has not carried it. I am not speaking around this. I see exactly where you stand. I know which number keeps you awake. I know which bill you have been calculating in your head. I know what you stopped asking for because you stopped believing it was possible. And I am telling you, that ceiling is coming down. The scarcity you have experienced was not my will for you. Let me be direct about that. I did not design your life to be a permanent exercise in barely enough. Scarcity was never in my original intention for my children. There were openings the enemy exploited, patterns inherited across generations, decisions that created debt, circumstances that pressed down at the wrong time. But I want you to understand that I have not been withholding from you in punishment. I have been waiting for this moment, when I could release what I have been preparing. Today, I am closing every door through which the enemy has been draining your provision. Every channel of loss that should not have been open, closed. Every inherited burden that was passed down through your family line and attached to your finances, severed. Every agreement that was made in fear or ignorance that has been working against your abundance, broken. The path is being cleared, and what I am releasing into that cleared space is not a trickle. It is an overflow. There are sources of provision coming to you that you have not considered. You have been praying in a direction, and I am answering from a direction you were not watching. That is one of the ways I work. I honor the prayer, but I choose the path of the answer. Do not lock your eyes on one door. Keep your heart open to unexpected arrivals, because some of what I am sending will not look like what you expected. A conversation you did not plan. An offer from someone you did not think of. A door opening in a field you had not been considering. These are my answers. Receive them as such. If you are employed, I am moving in that place. Increase is coming. Recognition of what you have brought that has gone unrewarded for too long. Opportunities for advancement that have been blocked are being unblocked. If you carry work of your own, a business, a service, a skill you offer, new doors are opening. The clients, the customers, the connections that will bring growth. What stalled is being restarted. What was held back is being released. I am the God who provides, and I know precisely what your situation requires. Declare, I trust you. If you believe that what I am speaking over your finances is real and already in motion. The debt that has pursued you, that persistent voice of what is owed, the weight that makes it hard to plan or hope. I am addressing it. Some of it will be reduced in ways you did not arrange. Some of it will be paid because your capacity to pay is increasing. I am giving you wisdom about how to move, what to do first, what to release, and what to hold. My wisdom is specific, not general. It will arrive as a clear sense of the right step. Follow it. Do not let old habits of fear override what I am showing you. As you obey the steps I give you, the load will lighten, and then it will lift. I am also going to put generosity in your hands. This is part of the fullness I am giving you. Not just enough for yourself, enough to give without it hurting, enough to look at a need and meet it without calculating whether you can afford to. That capacity is part of what I am building in your life. I raise my children up, not just for their own comfort, but so they can become channels of my provision to others. You are going to know what it feels like to give freely. That is not a small thing. That is the life I designed. Think of Joseph, sold into a pit by his own family, imprisoned without cause, forgotten by those he helped. By every reasonable measure, his story should have ended there. But I was in every chapter of that story, and not one of those setbacks was the ending. What his brothers meant for his destruction, I used for his elevation. He emerged from everything they did to him as the one who held the provision for a nation. I am telling you, what was done against you does not have the final word. I have a purpose for what you have been through, and it is larger than the sum of what hurt you. You carry a gift, something you can do that others cannot do in quite the same way. A way you see things, a skill you have built, a capacity that was placed in you with intention. That gift has been dormant, not permanently, dormant. I am waking it up now. I am clearing the space for it to operate. I am connecting you with the people who will recognize it and open doors for it. You are not too old to build. You are not too late to begin. Caleb was 85 when he asked for the mountain. I gave it to him because my timing does not follow the calendar the way human expectations do. What I am giving you is not a short-term correction. It is not a burst of provision that fades after a season. It is a new foundation for your material life. Stable, growing, free from the old patterns that kept you cycling through the same lack. From here, you build forward. From here, what you have serves what you need and goes beyond it. I have spoken it. My word is the deed to what I have promised. What I have decreed over your provision does not expire. It holds. I want to speak about the people in your life, the relationships that have broken, the ones that have grown cold, the ones that were stolen by misunderstanding or distance or choices that cannot be undone by either party alone. I know the ones you still grieve. I know the names that come to your mind when you think about what was lost. Those losses were real, and I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. But I want you to hear this. What is broken is not outside my reach. I am a God who restores what was divided. Where the enemy placed distance, I place reunion. Where he placed bitterness, I place a willingness to let go that neither person could manufacture on their own. Some of the people you have prayed for, who drifted, who chose a different direction, who moved away from the ones who loved them. I have not forgotten them. My hand is on them right now. I am working in their lives in ways that are not yet visible to you. Do not give up the prayer. What you are believing for on their behalf is already in motion. The home you want, the place of real rest, where those you love can gather and be safe, where peace is the atmosphere rather than the exception. I know that longing. I placed it in you, not to frustrate you, not to give you something to yearn for that would never come. I placed it in you because it is part of what I am building for you. I see the image of it in your heart. I know what you want that space to feel like, and I am working toward it. The provision for it is being arranged. The timing for it is under my authority. It is coming. I also want to speak to the loneliness that has been part of your story, the feeling of fighting battles that no one around you fully understood, of carrying concerns in silence because there was no one close enough to carry them with you. That loneliness was painful. and I want to be honest with you. I did not enjoy watching you carry it, but I am telling you now that the season of isolation is ending. I am bringing people into your life who will know how to stand beside you. Real friendship, genuine support, people who will be present in the hard moments without needing the easy ones first. That community is being arranged. Your spiritual authority is being increased. This is a dimension of what I am releasing that I want you to pay close attention to. When you speak in my name, it carries weight in the unseen world. When you pray, those prayers reach my throne and activate my response. What you bind on earth is bound in heaven. What you release is released. That authority has always been available to you, but in this new season, you are going to experience it with a sharpness you have not felt before. Your words of faith are going to land with power. Your declarations are going to shift things. Do not speak carelessly. Speak on purpose. I'm also waking up what has been dormant in you in terms of gifts and calling. The dreams you shelved because life got loud. The ideas you quieted because someone told you they were impractical. The sense of purpose that you carried for years and then stopped talking about because it seemed too far from where you were standing. I am bringing all of that back into focus, not as a distant possibility, as the next real chapter of your life. I'm giving you clarity about what I made you to do, and I'm removing the obstacles that kept you from doing it. You are going to discover that your story, including the hard parts, is something I can use. Not despite what you went through, but because of it. What you understand now, what you carry in your bones from the seasons of difficulty, is something that can reach people who are in a place you once stood. Your experience is not wasted. It is material. I am a God who takes the broken stone and makes a cornerstone from it. What the world would discard, I put at the center of something solid. Receive this. Your best days are not the ones that are already behind you. I know the years of beauty that were real, and I honor them. But I am telling you that what is ahead surpasses what is behind. Not because the past was worthless, because what is coming was designed by me with your full story in mind. I know everything that shaped you. I know what you can carry now that you could not carry before. And I am giving you what fits the person you have become, not just the person you were when this all began. My child, we have walked a long road together. Some of it was terrain I wish you had not had to cross, but you crossed it, and you are still here. And what I see standing before me now is someone who is ready. Not because you feel ready. Ready is not about feeling. It is about being prepared without knowing the full weight of what is coming. You are prepared. I have seen to that. And what is ahead is not going to crush you. It is going to carry you in ways you have been waiting your whole life to experience. If your heart is open to receive everything I have described, the healing, the provision, the restored relationships, the renewed purpose, the spiritual authority, say so. Let that agreement go up from you to me right now. Declare, I receive this. If your heart is open and you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, I want to speak to you now about what this moment means beyond yourself. Because what I am doing in your life does not stop at the edge of your own story. My blessing was never designed to terminate at one person. When I pour out on one of my children, it runs over. It reaches beyond. The ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, the ones whose names you speak to me in your quiet moments, they are going to feel the wave of what I am releasing over you right now. You are not just a recipient. You are going to become a source. Think about what I did with Job. After the season of loss, After the years of not understanding what was happening, after the silence and the grief and the friends who gave wrong counsel, I restored. And I did not restore to the level of what was before. I restored double. Everything that was taken returned in greater measure. That is the nature of my restoration when it comes. It does not arrive quietly and barely. It arrives in abundance, because I'm not a God of just enough. I'm a God of more than enough. And what I do with the lives of those who hold on to me reflects that, without exception. The curses that have traveled through your family line, the patterns that kept repeating, the cycles of lack, the same battles being fought by one generation after the next, those patterns are being broken. My son's work on the cross carried the authority to cancel every generational agreement that the enemy held over your bloodline. That cancellation is being applied now. The ones who come after you are not going to inherit the same chains. They're going to begin from higher ground. What you endured and remained faithful through becomes the turning point for those who follow you. Your faithfulness right now has consequences that outlast your lifetime. This is a weight worth carrying. The knowledge that what you are choosing in this season, to hold on, to trust, to remain open, is not just about your own relief. It is about what passes forward. The agreement you are making with my purposes right now is being written into the ground that the ones who come after you will stand on. That is not a small thing. That is a legacy. And I am giving it to you in exchange for the faithfulness you have already shown. There is authority in you now that will increase as you walk forward in this season. The prayer you pray for those around you is going to carry more weight. The encouragement you speak into someone who is exactly where you once were is going to reach deeper, because it is coming from someone who has been through the fire and knows my faithfulness from the inside of it. You are going to be able to stand before someone in the middle of their worst chapter and say with real conviction, "Hold on," not because it sounds right, because you know it is true from experience. That kind of witness cannot be manufactured. It is built over time, and you have been building it. I am opening new dimensions of my presence to you in this season. Not that I was absent before, but there are depths of knowing me that only come to those who have pressed through long enough to reach them. You are at that threshold now. What you are about to discover in your relationship with me will reframe everything that came before it. The hard things will not be erased, but they will be understood differently. You will begin to see the full picture in a way that was not available to you while you were still inside the season of waiting. And what you see will be something worth having gone through everything it took to get here. I need you to understand what else is coming beyond the outward change. Not just the visible provision and the restored relationships and the healed body, but an internal shift in how you carry yourself. You will not walk into rooms the same way. Something in how you hold your ground will be different. Not arrogance, assurance. The kind that comes from knowing with certainty that the God who governs all things has spoken your name and declared your case closed. That knowing changes a person at the root. And I am changing you at the root right now. The life I am building for you from this moment forward is not a life of no challenge. I am not promising you an uncomplicated road, but I am promising you this. You will not walk any part of it without my hand. You will not face any difficulty without my strength being available to you in full measure. You will not encounter any closed door without my authority backing you. You will not carry any burden without me carrying most of its weight. The road ahead is a road I will walk with you, and my walking with you changes what the road is. Step into this now, not tentatively, not with one foot still held back in the old season, with both feet, with the full weight of who you are and what you believe. What I have spoken over your life is not contingent on you being perfect from this point forward. It does not require you to earn it. It requires you to receive it, to open your hands and your heart, and let what I am giving actually arrive. Stop bracing for it to be taken back. Stand in it. This is yours, the one who spoke light into the first darkness. I am the same one speaking right now into whatever darkness has sat over your situation. And what I spoke at the beginning, it appeared. What I am speaking now will appear. Your case is closed. Your miracle is now. My word has gone out over your life, and it will accomplish exactly what I sent it to do. You are going to walk in the fullness of what I have declared, not one day. Beginning now. Say yes, Lord, if you are ready to step fully into the miracle that has already been declared over your life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.